Now you know why I don't touch him normally. He's using it. So. Yeah, was it just batteries? Was it batteries? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ben's ready to proceed? We can bring the jury out. I apologize for the delay. We were having technical problems. So instead of you being out here, all of us staring at each other as we were trying to fix it, we were keeping you back there until we fixed the technical problems. And State, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Cynthia Demetris.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You please state your first and last name for the record.
If you could, just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Demetris. My last name, Demetres.
And where are you currently employed?
I work for the City of Orlando for the Orlando Police Department.
And what do you do with them?
I'm a 911 call taker
And how long have you held that position?
since 2010.
What sort of training do you have to hold that position?
You require to go through the police academy. It's a classroom academy. And then you go through 3 phases of one-on-one 911 call taker. And then you have to pass the certification test.
And I'm assuming because you're here, you did that?
Yes, I did.
Were you working in your same job back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in the afternoon on that day?
Yes.
Did you field a 911 call from a David Tronnes?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do when you received that call?
When I received the call, I verified the address, verified the nature of the call, and then I transferred over to medical.
I'm sorry, you transferred it to?
Transferred to medical, to the fire department.
Okay. After you transfer a call like that, do you remain on the line?
Yes.
What do you do when you're on the line?
You remain on the line and you update the call so that the officers en route can find out what's going on with the call while they're on the way.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call you received from David Tronnes prior to today?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel has been marked for identification as states B.I. Permission to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states B.I. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and dated it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call you received from David Tronnes?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states B.I.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number 1.
permission to publish what's now in evidence as State's Exhibit 1.
You may.
Call 1 at 3:50 p.m. with a GMT offset of -240 minutes. All on Tuesday, April 23, 2018.
Hello?
Look, why is she not breathing? I'm trying to do CPR. I can't.
Okay, listen to me. Can you tell me what your address is?
218.
218 East Oakland? Okay. And who is this?
This is David Tronnes.
Your name is Dan?
David.
Okay, your name is David? Okay, who is it that's not breathing?
My wife. I'm fucking.
Your wife is not breathing? Okay. Okay, sir, I need you to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Listen to me. I'm going to get the paramedics so we can try and get her some help, okay? Don't hang up. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Okay, this is the Orlando Fire Department. What's the address of the emergency?
It's 218 East Noblin Drive.
218 East Copeland Drive. What's the telephone number you're calling me from?
This is 407-704-2808. It's the house line.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I came along. I tried.
Okay, what happened?
I found her in the shower.
And she passed away? Listen. Okay, what's your name? Okay, are you with her right now? How old is she? How old?
39.
Okay, is she awake right now?
No.
Is she breathing?
I can't wake her up.
Okay, listen. Is she breathing?
No, I tried to do CPR. I can't get her to breathe.
Okay, can you get her out of the shower?
I can't. I pulled her out.
Okay, is she laying flat on her back?
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't know what happened or when anything happened?
No.
Okay. Is there a defibrillator available?
But what?
Is there a defibrillator available?
No.
Okay. We can do CPR. Okay. Okay, we can do CPR on her until the paramedics get there.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I want you to lay her flat on her back, okay? And tilt her head back. I want you to tilt her head back by putting one hand on her forehead and one hand on the back of her neck and tilt her head back, okay?
Okay, I tried it. It's pretty something under her.
Okay, listen, I want you to take a deep breath, okay, so we can do what we can while the paramedics are responding, okay?
Okay. I have her neck tap.
Okay. Okay, I want you to put your mouth down by her
I want you to put your ear down by my mouth and tell me if you feel or hear any breathing, okay? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I have help responding to your emergency, okay?
She has blood. She is not breathing. She is not breathing.
She is not breathing? Okay. Okay, I want you to put the heel of your hand on the center of the chest.
Okay.
Okay, right between the nipples, okay? And put your other hand on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to pump her chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, 2 to 15. Okay, I want you to just let the chest come up all the way between pumps, and we're going to do this until help can take over, okay? I want you to count out loud. They're almost there, too. They're responding emergency to you.
The blue dumpster, they have to come out. Oh God.
What is blue?
There's a blue dumpster, big blue dumpster in the driveway. They have to turn in. And if they can get past it, they have to drive past it. If they can't get past it,
They'll park out in the street. They'll just park out in the
there you
street.
go. Yeah, but we're in the back, we're in the far back. They have to get back to the gate and come up the stairs. Oh, God. It's water. It's full of water. It's being up.
Are there any animals or anything in the house?
They're downstairs. They're in their kennel.
Okay.
They need to come up the stairs.
I did tell them they need to come up the stairs, okay? I want you, when you hear them coming in, when you hear them coming in, I want you to call them, okay? Has she been sick or something?
Yeah, she's sick, yeah. Oh, God, what happened, baby? Baby.
Okay, the paramedics are on the property, okay? I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until you're right with them. Are they there with you?
That concludes State's Exhibit 1. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
No questions for the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Stephen Wilson.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Wilson. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Wilson, and Wilson.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm employed by Geico Insurance as a fraud investigator.
And how long have you worked for Geico?
It'll be 3 years in January.
Where did you work prior to working for Geico?
I spent almost 24 years with the Orlando Police Department.
And what were your job duties with the Orlando Police Department?
Well, I started my career in patrol. After about 4 years, I went to the Criminal Investigations Division. I spent almost 8 years there before going back to patrol so that I could train new recruits in the field training program.
And would it be fair to assume that you completed the police academy and all that at the beginning
Yes,
of your career?
yes, of course, yeah.
And were you working in your, well, first of all, before that, why did you leave your job as a law enforcement officer?
I had almost 24 years on, and the opportunity came up for this job with Geico, and I just decided it was time to retire and move on to something else.
All right, so I want to go back to 2018. Were you working in your capacity with the Orlando Police Department back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall responding to a residence in the Delaney Park neighborhood of Orlando located on East Copeland Drive?
Yes,
Was that residence located in Orlando?
it was, yes.
Is that Orange County, Florida?
Orange County, Florida, yep.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was that you responded to that residence?
It was shortly after 4, maybe about 5 after 4 or so in the afternoon.
And do you recall what happened when you arrived at the location?
I walked up a sidewalk that was on what would be the, let's see, the east side of the house. There's if you make a right turn, there's a garage with a second floor and a breezeway that separates the main house from the garage. As I was walking up, Orlando Fire and Rescue were leaving. The call had come out as a sick or injured person. So as I saw them leaving, I just kind of gave like a thumbs up or thumbs down, like, are they okay or not? And one of the firefighters went and just shook his head and swiped his hand back and forth in front of his neck. And that was the only conversation I had with them. I met Officer Marsh.
Okay. So you entered, at some point you parked your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you entered the home?
I entered the property. I never actually went inside at that point. I just stood outside the breezeway. Officer Marsh explained that there was a deceased person in the
Okay,
apartment.
without getting into what other people said, sure. But,
Okay.
So you stayed there, you had a conversation with Officer Marsh.
Yes.
At some point, did you ever make contact with a David Tronnes?
Yes.
When did you get to that point?
After I had gone up into the crime scene and saw the crime scene and the deceased person up there, I came back down, and Mr. Tronnes was speaking with a chaplain from the Orlando Fire Department.
Okay. So let me go back a little bit. So before you made contact with Mr. Tronnes, you had gone upstairs.
Yes, I did.
At what point did you go upstairs?
Shortly after I arrived,
Okay.
we wanted to check the scene, first of all, to make sure there was no weapons, but also to make sure that it was secure as far as there was nobody else up there. And then we came back downstairs.
Okay. So let me back up. So you go up the stairs.
Yes.
When you get up the stairs, what do you observe?
At the very top of the stairs, there was a chair sitting right at the top on the landing. To the right, it was a one-room apartment, a large apartment. There was a bed to the left, and to the right was a bathroom area, and in front of me, just off to the side from if you step to the left of the landing, was what appeared to be like a closet.
So inside that one-bedroom apartment or that room, did you observe a decedent?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about that person?
It was a white female. She was laying next to the bed. She was laying on bedding, like a sheet and some blankets. She was wearing a black shirt and black shorts, which appeared to me to be like something you would wear to bed. She was laying flat on her back with her legs straight out, and her right arm was over her head a little bit like this and off the ground, an indication that rigor mortis had started to set in, and she was kind of almost frozen in this position, but the rest of her body was flat.
So you say it looked like rigor mortis had begun to set in. Is that something that in your 23-year career in law enforcement you had seen before?
Yes, many times.
And so you had seen what that looks like many times before. And is that what appeared to be the case with the decedent that you saw that day?
Yes, yeah.
All right. All right, so at some point you, after going upstairs, sort of securing the area, making sure nobody else was up there, you go back downstairs.
Yes.
And then you have some sort of contact or observation of David Tronnes?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you observed there?
He was extremely, he was crying, sobbing. He appeared to be crying and sobbing. What initially caught my attention, I just sat and watched, I didn't ask any questions at that point, was it almost appeared that he was trying to exaggerate his level of distress, kind of throwing his arms around, leaning back. But
Objection, Your Honor, cause speculation.
Jane?
So beyond that, so you observe him, he appears to be upset. He appears to be crying, you said. Did you witness, and you observed him for a period of time, you said, did you observe any actual tears coming from his eyes?
No, and that was what I was going to say really caught my
And,
attention.
yeah, I just,
No, there was no tears.
okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at some of the, some photographs that were taken on the crime scene?
Yes.
Let the record show I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states exhibits CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness,
Over the letters again, Counselor.
CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states CG. What's been marked for identification as states CG and CH. And if you could just take a look at these and then let me know when you've had an opportunity to do so.
Okay.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the scene that you responded to outside as well as ultimately inside of the residence?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers what's been previously marked for identification as states CG and CH in the evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number 2 and number 3.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 2.
May?
Place your pointer for use in case you need it.
Okay.
All right, so what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a picture of the front of the residence from Copeland Street, directly in front.
So this is what you see when you initially approach and park.
Yes.
That was G1 of States 2. Now showing G2 of States 2. What are we looking at here?
This is the driveway on what would be the east side of the residence, coming from the street, heading to the back of the residence, the back southeast corner of the residence.
Showing G3 of States 2. What are we looking at here?
So the main residence is here. This is the garage. There's a breezeway that separates, and this is the second floor apartment, the garage apartment.
So if you could just point out that area where the decedent was found in this photo.
It would have been up in this area right here. This is where the bed was, in that general area.
Now showing G4 of State 2. Reorient this. What are we looking at here?
This door, if I remember correctly, was a door that led into the garage for, where they would park or put their stuff. And then this here was the door that led up the stairwell to the second floor apartment.
Now showing G5 of States 2. Can you just tell us what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's the stairwell that leads up to the second floor apartment where the deceased was.
Your Honor, permission to publish States 3.
May?
Just have one moment. Now publishing States 3. This is CH1. You can just tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is the second floor apartment over the garage. You are looking east from this perspective here. To the right is the bed, and then obviously an office area here and how we found the deceased.
So when you first get up the stairs, this is what you see and where you see the decedent located.
Yes, it would have been to my left as I made it to the top of the stairs.
Now showing CH2 of States 3. Can you just describe to us what we're seeing here?
This is the more of the west and southwest side of the apartment. Like I said, it's pretty much just a one bedroom. They had a little family area here where the couch is, and then there was the bunk beds with closets behind it.
Now showing CH3 of States 3. This appears to be a little bit closer view of the decedent.
Yes.
Can you just describe any injuries that you observed with her that can be seen in this photo?
Yes, she had abrasions on her knees. It looked like rug burn. And there was very little blood, but they were pretty deep rug burns. And then she had on her neck, she had what appeared to be pressure marks, like from maybe strangulation, and then there was blunt force trauma to her face and her head.
And this is sort of, in this photo, you can see what you were speaking of earlier about the arm being in the air.
Yes, it was, yeah, it wasn't laying flat like everything else. It was bent, and at that point, the rigor mortis had set in, so there was no way of it being able to just go back down.
Now showing CH4 of Exhibit 3, and this is just a closer view of the face of the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And obviously, did you note when you were observing the injuries to her facial area?
Yes.
Finally, in this photo, which is CH5 in State 3, what are we looking at here?
So here the view is from you're looking southwest. Here's the other half of that bed, I guess I would call it a bunk bed, the closet, and then this is the entryway into the bathroom, a little closet here, and then this is the stairwell that we came up.
Okay, so this view would be, you've now come into the room, instead of looking straight, you've gone in, you've turned around, and this is what you see?
Yes,
Can you just point out to the jury again where the bathroom is located?
this is the bathroom right here.
Did you have any further involvement in this investigation beyond your initial response?
After leaving, as I said, I sat and listened to Mr. Tronnes for a few minutes.
What I mean to say, though, is you weren't like a detective involved in the investigation?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
When you arrived on the scene, Officer Marsh was there before you?
Yes.
Okay. You first went up the stairs and took a look around the scene and observed the deceased?
Yes.
Did you walk around, or did you just observe from the landing?
We walked around to make sure that there was no weapons or anything laying around there.
And you observed that her hair was wet?
It appeared wet, yes, sir.
What about her clothing?
I did not touch her clothing, but the clothing did not appear wet.
You recognize rigor mortis,
Yes, sir.
but then you returned downstairs to just observe Mr. Tronnes communicating with the chaplain?
Yes, sir.
You didn't question him personally, you just observed?
No, I mean, there were a couple, at that point, you know, he was just, in my mind, he was just a distraught spouse, you know?
Distraught spouse. He was in a state of rambling, wasn't he?
Yes.
You didn't observe him crying, though, even though he was sobbing and hysterical.
No, he was not crying.
Have you never come across somebody who's in shock that displayed grief or such in a manner that was inconsistent with what you would expect normally?
Yes, I've seen that, but in this case, he was acting as though he was sobbing.
Oh, objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say it's not responsive and cause for speculation.
Same.
Mr. Tronnes told you that his wife had some medical problems?
He mentioned that she, not to me specifically, but to those of us standing there, that she had a host of medical issues.
And that when he observed his wife initially, that she was face down and the water was running?
Well, he gave two different accounts.
In regards to?
How he first found her.
In the tub, correct? Location?
He initially said that he found her in the tub, and that he pulled her from the tub and began CPR on her. A short time later, he said he found her on the floor, but her head and her face were submerged in water in the tub.
So in the description of it, you didn't ask any questions for clarification. He just gave two different statements regarding how he found his wife, and you found them to be inconsistent.
What I found, and I asked him, I said, was she wearing clothes when you found her, or did you leave? I said, did you put clothes on her, or did you leave her as you found her? And he said, I left her as I found her. And
The fact that she had clothes on, that was significant to you
yes,
because she was found in the vicinity to the shower and still had clothes on?
because he had said that he found her in the tub with the water running initially, and the clothes appeared dry to me. The only thing that appeared wet was the hair on her head.
But you didn't touch the clothes.
I didn't touch the
So
clothes.
if others touched them and they were damp, we should believe them?
Yes,
Okay. You didn't observe any weapons?
no, sir.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Tronnes' hands?
I didn't take a good enough look at Mr. Tronnes' hands.
And in your experience, blunt force trauma could occur from a number of different reasons, can it not?
Yes,
And you described the deceased's clothing as being consistent with sleepwear
that's what it appeared to me.
because it was a tank top and shorts?
It just looked like something that somebody might wear to bed. It looked like pajamas. Whether it was or not, I don't know for a fact.
It could be casual wear.
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything further, state?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State, next witness.
Wade Sperry.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Sorry, this is the wrong witness.
Wade Sperry. Ma'am, if you'll just step down for just a moment.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can state your first and last name for the record.
And you may have a seat. And state you may proceed.
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
First name's W-A-D-E, last name S-P-E-R-R-Y.
Where do you work, sir?
City of Orlando Fire Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
And what sort of background in education and training do you have to become a paramedic?
A basic paramedic school was about a year of schooling. I also have an associate's degree in paramedic science.
And how long have you been working for the Orlando Fire Department?
20 years.
And of those 20 years, how long have you been serving as a paramedic? Did you ever serve as an EMT prior to that or anything like that?
With the City of Orlando, I was a paramedic for 20, I've been a paramedic for 20 years. I've been a paramedic total of 23 years.
Okay. Now, on April 24th of 2018, did you get called out to a scene around 218 Copeland?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes.
Okay. And can you describe this scene as you know, is this an apartment complex, a townhome, or a house?
If I remember correctly, it was a two-story residential home with what I believe was a guest suite or a mother-in-law suite in the back.
Okay. Now, do you arrive alone, or do you have a team with you?
I was on Engine Company 5 at the time.
And how many people are on Engine Company 5?
4.
All right. And so when you get there, where do you go as far as which building in this complex?
Yeah, so long. I believe we went to the building in the back, which was like a guest apartment, mother-in-law suite or something like that.
Okay. And who's we?
There's my lieutenant, there was an engineer, and there was a EMT on the engine with me.
So all four members of the team?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you do? Do you go to the first floor of this apartment, or is it on the second floor?
I believe we went to the second floor.
When you go to the second floor, what do you observe?
If I remember correctly, there was a female on the ground with a male above her. He was upset, and she appeared to be unconscious.
All right. What else can you tell us about this female at this point in time when you make your observations?
When I initially observed her, she appeared to be dead. So at that point, I assessed her further and determined that she was.
Okay. Tell us what you did to assess her. Did you put EKG leads on her or anything like that?
First, I would have checked for breathing, and if there was none, I would check for a pulse. After that point, I would have put her on the EKG monitor to determine if she was deceased. She would have had to have been in a asystolic rhythm.
What's an asystolic rhythm?
It's what people commonly see as a flat line. It's no electrical activity in the heart whatsoever.
And do you recall whether this female was wet or not when you made these assessments?
If I remember correctly, I believe her body was wet, but her clothes were not.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes, I would also check her for rigor mortis or dependent lividity.
And did you see any signs of rigor mortis?
I believe so. It's been a long time, and I haven't read my report in a long time, so I'm sorry. But I believe so.
All right. Who declared her deceased?
That would have been, I would have determined that she was dead, but we work under a medical director that gives us protocols to make those determinations.
After the determination is made that she's deceased, do you all leave?
We would have turned the scene over to the Orlando Police Department at that time.
Did you?
Yes.
All right. No other questions of this witness?
Friends, any questions?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This was a long time ago, correct?
It was.
So is it fair to say that there are some gaps in your memory?
There could be.
Okay.
But
So today, when you say that the clothes could have been wet or could have been dry, are you 100% positive?
no, but that would have been something I would have documented in my report.
You don't have that report with you?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Anything further, state?
Yes, Your Honor. Would reviewing your run report refresh your recollection on those?
Yes, it would.
May I approach the witness, shown in pages 147 and 148 of discovery?
May?
What I'd like you to do is you can just scroll down and review it to yourself, and then let us know if your run report refreshed your memory on some of these questions.
See if I can find the narrative portion. It's been a while since we used this system too. Everything has changed. Is there a way to enlarge that? This is the wrong report. This is not the EMS report.
All right.
Okay.
No other
Yes,
questions?
that's the fire report, not the EMS report.
May this witness be excused from subpoena? Any objection, defense? You may step down, you are excused. State next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mary Batista.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your first and last name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, if you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Mary. Last name is B as in boy, A-T-I-S-T-A.
And where do you work?
I work for Greenberg Dental.
How long have you worked for Greenberg Dental?
It's going to be 11 years now.
And what is your current position with Greenberg Dental?
I'm a dental assistant.
How long have you been a dental assistant? Have you always been that, or did you hold other positions?
No, I've only been a dental assistant for about a year and a few months.
So, prior to being a dental assistant with Greenberg Dental, what was your position with Greenberg Dental?
I was a team leader and dental coordinator. So it's pretty much like like an office manager.
And as like an office manager, what would your job duties be?
Everything, picking up phones, checking insurance, sending pre-authorization, submitting claims, talking to different customer service reps about insurance claims.
Did you keep the schedule or have access to the schedule related to appointments and things of that nature?
Yes,
How was, first let me say, did you have that position back in 2018,
yes,
the office manager type position?
yes.
And going back to April of that month, do you recall, did y'all have a specific program or anything that you used to keep schedules and appointments?
Yes, it's a software called Dentrix.
And essentially, how would that work?
It's a scheduling book. It also keeps all the files of the patient, so any x-rays that you take, any dental treatment that's needed, or any previous dental treatment that they've had, everything will be notated in the system.
And how was that program accessed? Did you have to log in or something?
You have to log in.
Was that with like a secure password?
Yes,
And did you have that password?
yes.
I know it seems like a silly question, but just to establish. Okay, so I want to go to April 24th of 2018. Obviously, that's a long time ago, but do you recall if there was an emergency appointment on the calendar for Ashanti Cooper Tronnes?
Yes, there was.
What time was that appointment for?
She was in the morning. I want to say anytime between 9 or 10, something like that.
Okay. Would it be 10 o'clock?
10 would be more likely for emergencies.
All right, and how do you know when you're looking at that calendar if an appointment is an emergency appointment?
Just because of the description of the appointment. So if it's a limited visit, we know it's an emergency. It's either having tooth pain, they broke a tooth, or they're having anything that's not regular for dental work.
And was that appointment for Ashanti Cooper Tronnes or Tronnes, was that an emergency appointment for April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
When was that appointment made?
She did it the day before.
All right, so the day of that appointment, did Ashanti Cooper Tronnes show up?
No,
Did she call to cancel that appointment?
no,
Was there ever any follow-up regarding her not appearing for that appointment?
no. For limited visits, we don't follow up.
And when was it that you ultimately found out that Ms. Cooper Tronnes was deceased?
Attorney's approach? Okay, thank you.
And did you ultimately speak with law enforcement in this case?
I did.
No further questions.
Cross? No cross. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Gary Crosby?
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you spell your first and last name?
Gary, Gary, Crosby, Crosby.
And back in 2018, in April, specifically on the 24th, where were you working then?
The Orlando Police Department's crime scene unit.
And what were you doing for the crime scene unit for the Orlando Police Department?
Crime scene investigator.
And what sort of background in education and training and experience did you have that allowed you to hold such a position?
I had worked as a sworn officer for 12 years prior to that. Then when I started with the Orlando Police Department, I went through 4 months of extensive field training and several schools with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have any sort of continuing education program as you work as a crime scene investigator as well?
We did. We did some in-house training and outside training also.
Prior to this incident on April 24th of 2018, had you ever worked as the lead CSI on a homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many times?
Probably 30, maybe somewhere in that area.
And approximately how many crime scenes had you processed in the past before, including non-homicides?
I'd say thousands.
All right. Take us through, just generally speaking, what is the process that a CSI goes through when first coming to a scene and then taking us through the steps?
We're dispatched through our communications department to the location. We arrive at the location. Depending on what has happened, it's either an officer or a detective. It usually gives us a briefing of what they know at the time. Do a walkthrough of the scene with either the officer or the detective. Then after that, most of the time observations and photographs begin.
And back in 2018, were you all using digital photography?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. So after you document the scene, do you document it first as it is, as you found it?
Yes, sir, we do.
And then at times, do you ever use placards or anything to kind of note areas of interest?
We do.
Do you then document that with photography as well?
Yes, sir.
After everything is documented, both with or without any placards or markers, is that the point in time when you begin collecting evidence?
Yes, sir.
And are there times where you may process some pieces of evidence on the scene as opposed to back in the police lab?
That's correct.
And then are there other times where you process items that are collected back at the scene?
Yes, sir.
I mean, back at the police department, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are there also instances where you send pieces of evidence off to somewhere else to be analyzed by another laboratory?
Yes.
And is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement one of those laboratories?
Yes, that's our state lab, yes.
Turning now to April 24th of 2018, do you recall getting called out to a scene at 218 Copeland in Orlando, Florida?
I do.
Is that in Orange County, Florida?
It is, yes.
Approximately what time do you arrive on the scene?
I responded, I believe, at just a little bit after 5 p.m. So I would say it was maybe a 10-minute drive. I'd say around 5:20, 5:25 maybe.
When you arrived, were there any members of the Orlando Police Department there?
Yes, there were.
And were these members of the patrol team as well as members of the detective team?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us what was said, did you speak to anybody?
I believe I was briefed by Detective Sprague.
Was she the assigned lead homicide investigator on this case?
Yes, sir, she was.
After being briefed by Detective Sprague, what steps did you take next?
Basically, just done some observations, then started my photography.
All right. May I approach the witness with BJ for identification?
You may.
Showing you the first image on this digital exhibit, BJ for identification. Do you recognize what this image is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is on this image?
It's just like an identification card showing the date, the case number, and my name.
All right, so do you recognize this as the card you would have taken as your first image before documenting the scene?
Yes, sir, I do.
Showing you the first several images on this exhibit. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BJ for identification into evidence.
Any objection? Okay.
All right, on States 4, we're showing the jury image number 1. Is this the image you just previously described?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is your monitor in front of you on and working?
No.
Attorney's approach.
All right, turning back to States 4, image number 1. Is this what you previously described prior to coming into evidence?
Yes.
And the Orlando Police Department case number that's just assigned as the next number available?
That's correct.
And the date is April 24th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Image 2, what are we looking at?
The address of the location.
Image 3,
Overall view of the residence from from the street.
image 4,
That's the overall view of the driveway on the east side of the residence.
image 5,
Just a little bit closer view of the driveway with the two vehicles parked in the back.
image 6,
That's a breezeway that's between the main residence and the garage area leading to the pool area.
Now, in relationship to this previous image 5, where we can see the garage bay doors for the cars, the big white door,
Yes, sir.
where is this image taken here in 6 that we're looking at?
Just around the corner before you get to the cars and the garage door.
Okay, so before the bay doors?
Before the bay doors, yes, sir.
And is this from the perspective of having your back towards the driveway in that area in the previous image?
Yes.
Again, in image 7, is this another view from that perspective?
Yeah, just a closer view and from inside of the breezeway to the west end of the breezeway.
And on the right side of this image, is that the main home?
Yeah, that's double doors leading into the main home, yes.
And the left side, are those the doors leading to the garage and the apartment above it?
Yeah, further down the breezeway there.
Image 8, are those the two doors we were just discussing to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes, it is.
Image 9,
Same two doors, just a different view.
10,
That's the door handle lock leading to the upstairs apartment.
what is the purpose of taking this photograph?
Just to show there was no forced entry to the door.
And what would be, based on your experience as a crime scene investigator who's processed thousands of scenes, you said, what would be indicative of a forced break-in that we're not observing in this image?
The glass could have been broken, the door handle could have been broken off. There could have been pry marks between the door and the door frame. Any way to get the door open without using the key or being unlocked.
So, based on your observations, you saw nothing that was indicative of a break-in?
No, I did not.
And did the door knob or handle turn without any signs of ill repair?
As I remember, yes.
Image 11, what are we looking at and why did you document it?
Basically the same reason. That's the bolt lock above the door handle. That shows no sign of forced entry through the bolt lock.
Image 12,
That's the bottom section of stairs leading up to the apartment with a small landing at the top of the stairs.
and so is it fair to say these stairways kind of go halfway up to that wall we see in the background and then halfway up coming back to the foreground to the left?
Yeah, just they go up longer, but just a short distance back up to the left.
Image 13,
Just a closer view of the top of the landing.
image 14,
And that's the view going up to the apartment.
so after you round the bend to the left?
Correct. That's at the top of the stairwell at the apartment entrance.
And for the record, that's image 15. That yellow thing there, is that crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And was that there at the time that you did your initial walkthrough?
It was.
What are we looking at here in image 16?
This is, I'll begin where the, it's a door leading out to outside area, I believe it is.
Is that the same crime scene tape in the bottom of this image that we see back in image 15?
Yes, at the entrance to the living quarters.
Image 17, what are we looking at and why is this documented?
The interior door handle of the door leading out to that outside area with no sign of forced entry.
Image 18, what are we looking at here?
The start of the overalls of the interior of the garage apartment.
You said you got there around 5:25, 5:30?
Yeah, I'd say around 5:20, 5:25, somewhere in there, yes, sir.
This darker area on the rug just to the bottom right of the decedent, what is that?
It was just a stain, just a stain on the carpet.
All right, was it wet to the touch?
At the time, I didn't touch it at first.
When you did touch it, was it?
I don't recall if it was, that stain there was wet or not.
All right. Were there any other dark stains like this between the bathroom and where the decedent was found?
I don't recall about the stains between her and the bathroom.
Okay. Image 19, what are we looking at here?
Overall view of just the living quarters inside that garage apartment.
Image 20?
Same thing, just from a different angle.
And from where this photograph was taken by you, is that kind of the perspective of where you'd be when you come up to the end of the stairs?
Yeah, the stairs were kind of back to the right of the couch there, if I'm not wrong. Let's see.
What are we looking at in image 21 on States 4?
Just an overall view of inside the garage apartment from, again, a different angle.
kind of in the foreground at the beneath the end of the fan blades at the right. What room is that?
That's the bathroom.
And so in order to go from the bathroom to where the decedent is located, one would have to go around this L-shaped couch one way or the other?
That's correct.
Did you observe any blood trails between the bathroom and where the decedent was found, taking either path from the L-shaped couch?
No, I did not.
Image 22.
Just a view of the couch in the living area there.
And in the background on the right here, is that the stairwell that is behind here and underneath this chandelier?
Yeah, that's the stairwell banister right there with the stairwells behind it. That's correct.
And was there a laptop and a phone on the banister here on the left side of the banister?
Yes, sir, there were.
And was there a package of sheets here at the very left edge by the wall on the stair banister?
Yes, sir.
Image 23, what are we looking at here?
Just a view a little bit closer of where the decedent was and the area of that corner.
And based on your experience of investigating crime scenes, additionally, have you ever attended any autopsies?
Not during the autopsy itself, no.
So let me ask it a different way. Have you ever been there to collect evidence that was taken from a decedent's body in any of the homicide cases you work?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with rigor mortis?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe any signs of that based on your experience on this decedent at the time you found her around 5:30?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were they?
Mainly her right arm. The position with it being up off the item she's laying on.
Now, as a member of law enforcement, are you allowed to touch the decedent on a crime scene or any of the belongings in his or her immediate area?
No, sir, I am not.
Who has the jurisdiction to do that?
The medical examiner's office.
And for you or any other member of a law enforcement agency to actually touch the decedent or to manipulate the decedent's immediate belongings, would you require permission from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir, you do.
What are we looking at in 24?
An overall of the decedent.
And what was she lying on? Did you ultimately collect those items?
Yes, we did.
And what was underneath her?
It's like a white bedding. Can I refer to my report?
Sure. Just let us know when you're done referring to it and if it helped you remember.
Yeah, it's just a white piece of bed on top of the carpet.
Did you ultimately collect it?
Did, yes.
When you collect an item of evidence, do you package it?
Later on, yes, sir, we do.
And an item of such size, would you put it in a box as opposed to a manila envelope?
It would either go inside a box or a large brown paper bag.
What sorts of information do you put on the container, whether it's an envelope or a box, to let you know what it is and what case it belongs to?
You put the date, you put the case number, you put the offense, you put your name, and you put a description of what the item is, either on the box, the tag, or on the bag.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to approach the witness with Jay.
You may.
There you go.
I believe I'm giving you the dimension with labeling information. Would you agree?
Yes,
In reviewing J for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
The bedding that the decedent was laying on.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move J for identification and evidence.
Any objection? That's number 5.
What are we looking at in image 27?
That's like an overall view of the decedent from above her looking down.
And realizing that you were not allowed to touch her, visually, could you observe any signs of her or her clothing being wet or the mattress padding that you collected?
It appeared to, her hair appeared to be wet, for sure, because it's kind of matted, and the bedding also appeared to be wet.
Did her body appear to be wet?
In some areas, yes.
Did her clothing appear to be wet?
Yes.
What are we looking at in image 28?
Just a close-up of her face.
29?
A close-up of the left profile of her face.
And in this image, was she wearing an earring in her left ear?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in image 30?
The injuries around her throat area.
31?
Just a little bit closer up view, and again, injuries on underneath her neck.
And in this image, was her hair so wet that it was laying flat on her skin?
Yes, it was laying flat on her skin.
Image 32?
It's just a overall view, just from a different angle of her laying there.
Image 36?
A closer up view of her face from in front.
Image 38?
A different angle of the injuries around her neck.
39?
A view of above her injuries on her neck.
40?
And to show the red stains on the white bedding and the view of her face next to it.
42?
Her right arm that appears to be in an upward angle with a blood stain on her wrist.
45?
Her legs with injuries to both her
46?
just a view above her legs of her knees injuries.
47?
A view of her left knee injury.
48?
Closer up view, I believe, of her left knee.
50?
And a view of her right knee.
52?
Injury on the outer part of her left knee.
53?
A bruise on her outer part of her left leg above her knee.
54?
And just a view of her hand against her leg.
57?
From a view from the top of her head down towards her chin area.
60?
And of the white bedding with her up on it and her left arm.
Do you recognize this yellow thing that appears to be underneath the bedding?
Yeah, it was like a yellow towel, I believe.
Did you ultimately collect that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What I'm showing you is what has been marked for identification purposes as A-K. Recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And did you label it in a fashion similar to the previous exhibit that we discussed?
Yes.
And what did you collect and place into?
That was under the bedding that was under the victim.
All right. Was that towel wet, dry, somewhere in between when you collected it?
I don't recall. I think it was a little damp. I'm not for sure.
State removed A-K for identification.
No objection.
Without objection, number 6.
Image 61, what are we looking at?
A view of the white bedding she's laying on with a red stain on the side of it.
Image 62, what are we looking at?
That's a view of the top of the bed.
63,
Same, just a view of top of the bed from a different angle.
64,
And a view of top of the bed from the left side of the bed.
65,
And a view of top of the bed from the foot area.
66,
Just overall view of where the one of the closets was located.
67,
A view of the bunk bed,
68,
a desk that was underneath the bunk bed,
69,
and the corner where the southwest corner where the bathroom was located,
70,
and the interior of the second closet by the bunk bed.
and to the right in this image, is that towards the area of the bathroom?
Yes.
71,
Again, it shows a view of the bathroom along with a small, like, pantry closet.
now, turning to this closet, I believe that's a Swiffer dust mop, maybe some wet Swiffer stuff on the second shelf. In between there, just jumping ahead for a moment, did you return to this scene on April 24th of 2018, a month later?
I did, yes, a month later.
And do you recall whether or not any of the sheets rolled up in this image were not there on May 24th when you returned?
I don't recall, I don't believe all those sheets were there when I returned, no.
Okay. We'll come back to that when we
Okay.
get past this day. Again, is 72 another image of this closet with the Swiffer?
Yes, it is.
73,
Just the garbage can in the bottom of the closet.
and the computer and the phone that we saw on the banister, were they being plugged in or charged? And is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, they were hooked to a charger on the banister just right of the closet.
And this thing here is that package of sheets on the end of the banister, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
Jumping ahead to 74, answering my own questions. Does this show the sheets and the computer and the phone?
Yes, sir, it does.
75, the computer and the phone?
Correct.
76, the brand of the computer?
Yes.
All right, 77, what are we looking at?
Just a closer view of the entrance to the bathroom.
And again, did you see any blood or a wet water trail from the bathroom towards where the decedent was?
No, I don't recall any wet trail.
Particularly on the tile area in the bathroom?
No.
What are we looking at in 78?
View going into the bathroom.
79?
Again, a closer view going into the bathroom, looking towards the west.
And that brown rug in the background against the wall, is that how you found it when you first walked through the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you all didn't do that to process anything in the bathtub?
No, we did not.
80, what are we looking at?
Just the upper view of the window and the wall of the bathroom.
81?
Just the vanity.
82?
Just a closer view of the vanity
83?
and a view of inside the sink.
What's the purpose of documenting the sink?
To see if there's what's in the sink, any kind of blood or any kind of stains or anything like that.
Did you observe anything like that?
I don't believe so, no.
84?
Just the toilet area with the stool and the rug pushed up towards the metal shelves.
85?
Again, just another view of the rug with the bathtub in view.
Again, was there any water on this tile floor?
No, I don't recall any water on the tile floor.
86?
View of the pushed up rug.
Again, that's as you found it when you first did your walkthrough?
It is, yes.
87,
The wall inside the shower,
88,
overall the bathtub,
89,
the north ledge of the bathtub.
and to your naked eye, are you seeing any suspected areas of blood?
Yeah, I suspect there's some red stains on the top north ledge of the tub.
And when you say north, is that the background side?
That's the side to the tile,
Okay. And so then the south is the side furthest?
against the wall.
And is there any signs of blood possibly have being in the bathtub?
Yeah, there was, looked like signs of diluted blood all the way around the bathtub, like where a water level was.
All right, and does there appear to be hair in the bathtub and in the drain?
Yeah, there was two sections of hair. There was one on top of the drain and one in the, almost the center of the tub.
Did you collect that hair?
We did.
May I approach?
May?
Showing you Z for identification. Do you recognize Z for identification?
Yes, sir.
And is this package labeled in a similar fashion as the two previous exhibits that we've discussed?
It is,
And so that involves labeling, correct?
correct?
And then evidence tape.
Evident, correct?
Sorry, what was that exhibit number? Thank you. Image 90, what are we looking at?
That's the red stains on top of the north edge of the bathtub.
91,
Just a closer view.
92,
The interior, the whole interior of the bathtub.
93,
The hair, the two clumps of hair in the bathtub,
which we just admitted in evidence.
correct.
94,
The faucets, the drain plug, and the hair on the drain.
Now, did this line of discoloration that I'm following with the arrow in image 94, did that go up to about where the drain off is for the tub? Like
Yes.
the water gets left running too long so it doesn't flood the house, it'll go down that drain?
Yes, sir. You could almost see where the discolorization is right there.
95,
Just the drain to the tub
96,
and a closer view of the hair.
97,
Again, just of the hair on the drain
98,
and a real close view of the hair on the drain.
99,
A close view of the hair that was in the tub itself.
100,
The south side of the tub with the red stain going across where like the water level was at.
101,
That is one of the corners, again, with the discolorization of the, inside the tub.
102.
The side of the tub with the discolorization on there.
Is there any suspected blood on this tile in the center of this image?
Yes, sir, there's a few spots, as you can see on this image here.
103,
Again, a view inside the tub where this discolorization was.
104, same as 103?
Same, yeah. I just went around inside the tub.
105, just a different area of that as well?
That's correct.
106,
Again, just inside the tub with the discolorization.
same for 107?
Yes, sir.
108, what are we looking at here?
Just the nightstand and area that, where the bed was at, the corner of the bed.
$109,
The nightstand with decedent's phone, and I think it was her watch that was on top of the nightstand.
were all of the phones found in the apartment that day collected by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, there were.
$110,
Just a close-up view of top of the nightstand and the items on it.
$111,
Close-up of the decedent's phone.
$112,
Just a different angle of the items on the nightstand.
what are we looking at? And 112 zoomed up.
I believe that could be an earring. I'm not sure.
Okay. Only one of them on the nightstand?
Yes, sir.
113,
The top of her computer desk, her workstation area,
114,
just where the mouse pad and the mouse,
115,
the computer screen or monitor.
116,
Again, just a view of the computer monitor.
117,
The keypad,
118,
and just on top of the items on top of the desk.
119,
Again, I think it's a printer, but it's just items on top of the desk.
120,
A monitor,
121,
the digital air conditioning thermostat,
What's the purpose of documenting that?
to show what the temperature inside the residence would be.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just so we'll know the coolness or how hot, or, you know, and it benefits the ME's office also.
122, what are we looking at that, these numbered things, 1, 2, and 3, what are those?
That is our evidence markers, our placards.
And who placed them there?
I believe I placed these three here.
All right. What are we looking at in 1, in page 123?
That is a suspected red stain on the carpet.
Image 124, placard number 2.
That is a cordless telephone.
Image 3,
And another red stain on the suspect stain here on the carpet.
126, where are we now?
I believe we went to the garage.
And that's below this apartment we were just walking through?
Yes, sir, it is.
127,
It's just overall views of what's in the garage area.
image 128,
Top of the coffee table with a computer and a cell phone and a wallet.
129, just closer up.
Closer up view of the items, yes, sir.
130, was there any currency in that wallet?
There was.
Did you collect it?
I think, I'm pretty sure we did. I'm not certain, but I think we did collect the wallet.
Let me rephrase that. The collective view, did law enforcement collect it?
Yes, sir, but the wallet and money was collected.
Not necessarily by you. There was,
Not necessarily by me, yes, sir.
were there detectives there assisting you in the search?
Oh, yes, sir, there were.
131,
Items inside the wallet.
132, who is that gentleman there with the blue gloves on?
That is the Orange County's medical examiner's investigator.
And what are we documenting in this image?
Just views of her backside.
Image 133,
Just views of the back of her head,
134,
of her back area where they kind of lifted up her shirt,
135,
and the back of her legs.
136,
Injuries to the left side of her head or face that the ME has pulled her hair back so we could get that.
137,
That's the bedding that the decedent was laying on after she was removed by the medical examiner.
And that's what we previously have placed into evidence.
Yes, sir, it is.
139,
Where her head area was laying on the bedding.
One, 146, 151. Were those all images of those vehicles?
Yes, sir, it was.
153, what are we doing here?
It shows the bathtub again with scales on the south bathroom wall.
What are all those stickers on the tile in the back left of this picture?
That is area of suspected bloodstains.
154,
The same, it just shows the distance from the tub up, the distance from over to where the bloodstains went in each individual bloodstain.
did you have another CSI assisting you at the scene who was taking swabs?
I did, yes.
Is that then Carrie Taylor?
Yes, sir, it is.
155, what are we looking at?
Just another view from further out from the tub.
156,
Close-up view of the top of the scales, that's the top suspected blood stain there.
I'm going to go through the next several images before I ask you a question. 157, 158, 159, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166. All those previous images, were those close-ups of either individual or collective stickers denoting suspected bloodstains?
Yes, sir.
Those were all on the tile walls in the broad photographs that were taken before the closer-up photographs?
Yes, sir.
167, are we back in the bathtub?
Yes, sir, we are.
168, is that another image in the bathtub of discoloration?
Yeah, just closer view of inside the bathtub, yes.
169, same?
Same, yes, sir.
170?
Same.
171, is that north edge of the bathtub you described earlier,
That's correct, it is.
closest to the tile?
No, next, yes, tile floor, yes, sir.
172?
Just the corner of the bathtub where it meets the tile wall,
173?
and inside the front of the tub, underneath the drain with the discoloration and the hair.
174?
Still inside the bathtub?
Same for 175?
Yes, sir.
176?
Same.
177, what are we looking at here now?
Just another view of the bed.
And the brown blanket that was previously on that, who moved that?
I believe Detective Sprague and had moved it.
All right. And is that what we're talking about, being moved, 178?
Yes, it was just pulled over to one side.
179, was the decedent Shanti Cooper's driver's license located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
I'm not sure Detective Sprague had located that.
180,
A scale showing the depth of the tub.
and that scale is in inches, not centimeters?
That is in inches, yes, sir.
So it's approximately 7 inches for the discoloration?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Image 181, a closer up?
Just a closer up view, yes.
182, is this the end of the bathtub nearest the faucet?
Trying to think if I do believe it is, yes.
And it's a little deeper,
It's a little deeper, yes.
approximately 10 and a half inches?
That is correct.
183, is that showing approximately 11 inches in that image?
Just a closer up view to show the inch mark, yes.
184, what are we looking at here?
That is the one of the corners of the bathtub.
What is the black stuff that is now on the bathtub?
That would be fingerprint powder.
And were you taking prints, or was the other CSI?
Kara's she processed the bathtub.
Okay. 185, another image of the tub with the ruler.
Yes, sir, it is.
186, what have you done with the bedding in this image?
We've actually kind of rolled it up and folded, place it in a bag to transport back to the lab.
And is that when you were able to discover the yellow towel that we've also entered into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And during all this processing, the darker areas of the rug there, not specifically discolored, but just darker, did you ever touch that to see if it was wet?
I don't recall, but it did appear to be wet, yes.
187?
Just a closer-up view of the yellow towel with the red stain there on it.
188, closer still?
Yes, sir.
189, different image of the towel and the mattress padding?
Yes, sir, it is.
190, what are we looking at here, and what is all that blue stuff?
That is the bathtub with some of the south wall after it had been processed with a wet chemical.
And what wet chemical is that?
That is amido black,
And what does amido, and can you spell that for Madam Court Reporter?
AMIDO, I believe it is, black.
All right. And what does that chemical do?
It enhances blood stains.
So if it turns blue, is that suspected blood stains presumptively?
Yeah, if a darker blue is more of the blood stain, yes.
The blackness on the foreground of the bathtub, again, is that the fingerprint powder we discussed earlier that CSI Taylor was using?
On the front edge of the tub here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that is the black fingerprint powder.
191, closer image from 190?
Yeah, it just shows the inside of the bathtub where the amido black diluted area.
192,
Again, it just shows where the amido black adhered to the tub.
and this is the corner of the tub further away from the faucet?
Yes, I believe it is.
193,
Again, it's the south side of the tub with the stain enhanced.
194,
Again, at the south side, I believe that's the front corner next to the drain where the chemical enhanced that stain.
195,
The front of the tub, the drain and stuff with the where the chemical reacted to,
196,
and just the, what would that be, northeast corner of the tub.
197,
It just shows a view from the top where the stain down to the bottom.
I'm going to go through 198, 199. Are those both photographs of the tub still?
Yes, they were.
What are we looking at here in image 200?
That was 3 bed slats that was underneath the mattress of the bed.
On this particular day, those items were not collected?
They were not.
What are we looking at in image 201?
Suspected blood stains on the ends of the 2 slats there.
And were these items, why weren't these items collected on this day?
I'm not sure. I mean, Detective Sprague didn't advise us to, but it may just been a overlook in my part, but we didn't collect them that day.
And on this day, do you know if those ends were swabbed so they could be tested with chemicals to tell if it's presumptively blood or not?
I didn't. I believe CSI Taylor may have swabbed them. I'm not for 100% sure about that.
202, is that just one of the ends of those slats?
It is just a closer view.
203, another one of those slats?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 204, the third of those slats?
Yes, sir.
Are we back in the garage in 205?
Yes, sir, we're back in the garage.
206, 207, 212, 213, and 215. All of these in the garage?
Yes, sir, they are.
And we've seen several images of credit cards and/or debit cards, both belonging to Ms. Shanti Cooper and Mr. Tronnes. Were those all collected?
Yes, they were.
Is that what we're looking at in 216? One
It
of those
is.
cards. Going now through 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 224. Are these still all in the garage downstairs?
Yes, sir, they are.
225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230. Were those all in the downstairs garage apartment?
Yes, sir.
231, what are we looking at here?
That's the items that were on the landing at the middle of the stairwell going up to the apartment.
And so to the back and to the right of this, would that be where that chair was in the staircase?
Yes, yes,
In the window?
yes.
And so this is the beginning of the second half going up to the actual landing of the second floor.
That's correct.
237, is this a Publix receipt?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that collected?
I believe so.
238, same?
Same thing.
Is the decedent's purse collected on this day?
I believe it was, yes.
May I approach the witness?
May? Did you say no? That will be 8 and 9. May?
What I'm showing you here is A, pay for identification, and it states 6. I'm not sure medium is your size. I'll see if we can do better than that. Could you open this?
We're going to go ahead and take a recess. We'll take a 10 to 15 minutes if you'll follow the deputy out. We'll be in recess until 3:25.
What time, Your Honor?
3:25.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? You can stay and just see. I'll be all right.
Yes, sir.
Made a mess. next Wednesday? Yeah, well, yeah, we'll be finished with this, so. Again, I doubt we're gonna be finished with this anyway, so. Looks like he needs a continuance. Goodness gracious. State, you ready?
Yes. Want me to get my witness?
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
We can bring the jury out. Oh, I know. I know. And don't come into my courtroom. Don't come into my courtroom like that. It's. Because it's so hard because I always had it as anymore. It's really hard for me because I would never even notice it. I would never even notice it. Changes everything. And you may proceed.
Thank you. All right, we mentioned earlier that you returned out there a month later on May 24th of 2018. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
And like you did on April 24th, did you document the scene with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
You recognize image 1 on this exhibit BN for identification?
Yes, sir, I do.
Same information as the last one, the date, case number, your name?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BN for identification.
Any objection? That's number 10.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, what information is on image 1 on States 10?
The date, the agency, case number, and my name.
Image 2?
Again, the location of the residence.
Image 3?
A view going up the bottom section of the stairwell.
Image 5?
That's a view of the corner, I believe that would be the northeast corner of the living area.
And The difference between the April 24th photographs and this image shows that some of the carpet and carpet padding has been removed.
Yes, sir, it does.
Were you a part of that process?
No, I was not.
You weren't part of April 30th at all, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Just because you weren't working that day?
Either I wasn't working or it was a different time what my shift was.
So that's how the Orlando Police Department operates. If the lead CSI isn't on shift, somebody else will continue to do the follow-up work with the detective?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you. Image 6,
View of the bed area and again of where a large piece of the carpet was cut.
7,
A view of the bed with the, believe it's the mattress over in the corner.
image 8,
A view of the bed with all the slats removed.
image 9,
Again, just a view of that corner with the foam and the eggshell leaning up against the bunk bed.
10,
A view of where the eggshell mattress was leaning up against the bunk bed.
All right, I'm going to skip through and before the next question. 13, 16, 19, all images of the upstairs apartment on May 24th.
Yes, sir.
The black box with other markings on it on top of that sheet, those weren't there on April 24th?
No, sir.
Image 21, what we're looking at,
That is the closet that was next to the bathroom.
and the garbage can is now in the foreground out of the closet. Did you all do that?
No, sir, I did not.
Image 22,
The upper area of the closet.
this area here, we had mentioned it on the April 24th photographs. Were there sheets there on April 24th when you took images of this closet?
Yes, sir, there were.
Did you all collect them?
On April 24th, we did not.
All right. Image 38,
The bed area and the large area of carpet that was cut.
and this is looking towards the work area with 2 computer monitors, kind of with the bunk beds to the back and left of us.
That is correct, yes.
What are we looking at here in 39?
Suspected blood stains on the inner area of the bed frame.
I know from experience that the next one will be zoomed in, but we're zooming in. Was there any suspected or visible suspected bloodstains above the metal railing?
I don't believe so, no.
So what we're looking at here, where the hand in the image is that the suspected blood you were talking about?
It is, yes.
Image 40?
Again, of where the carpet was cut and the suspected blood stains on the railing or the frame.
41?
A view of the frame going towards the headboard.
42?
And that's the view of the other side of the frame at the footboard.
43? Closer up of 42?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Closer still in 44?
That is correct.
45, close up of the suspected stains?
It is, and I was wrong. There is one additional suspected blood stain above the railing right there.
Is that kind of where the flash is reflecting in the center?
Yes, it is.
46, another image?
It is, yes.
47, the one that's on the far right when looking towards the workstation?
Yes,
48, another perspective of the metal crossbeam?
correct.
49, is that towards the headboard?
That is towards the headboard, yes, sir.
50, close-up of one of the suspected stains?
Yes.
51, another close-up?
Two of them there at the bottom and one above, yes.
52?
Some that's kind of close together.
We'll skip ahead. 53, 54, 55, all perspectives from that same bed frame?
Yes, sir.
56, is it now taken apart?
It is. That side of the frame had been taken apart and turned upward.
And in this image, can we see whether or not any of the blood stains actually kind of pooled up on the bottom of the bed frame?
Yeah, you can see a stain kind of here and here.
Is that where I'm putting the hand?
Yes, it is.
Another image of that in 57?
It is, yes.
58,
Just overall view of all of them.
59, again, close-ups.
Correct, yes, close up.
And I'll do several images, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, all close-ups.
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this faint area kind of with the two holes, is that suspected blood stain?
It looks like, yeah, it's been like a diluted red stain.
What do you mean by diluted? What does that word mean?
Kind of either wiped it down or water got in it, you know, just it diluted the blood from just pure blood just down to like a sample of it. I mean, it's
68,
just some cash that was recovered.
69,
Just a view of what, how much.
76,
A view of the bathtub.
77, 78, 79, all images of the bathtub.
Yes, sir, there were.
80, is this away from the scene?
Yes, sir, this is back at our office.
And have you all taken the metal part of the bed frame off of the wooden part?
Yes,
I'm going to assume the next one's a zoom in before I go to it. 81, another image of that.
it is.
82,
Of the metal disconnected from the wood.
all right. 83,
Close up. That's the metal framing with the blood stain and then the wood frame where the metal was attached.
so it appears there's blood behind where the metal frame was attached.
Yes,
84,
just another view of it
85,
and a close-up view.
86, 87, 88, all other images of it.
Yes, sir.
And then in 89, are we starting to do this to scale with a tape measure?
That is correct, yes.
Same for 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
All tape measure? Okay.
Yes,
96, 97, 98, 99. All images of this headboard and the metal railing with tape measure?
yes, sir, the frame board, yes, sir.
100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, all to scale with the metal part of it now?
That is correct.
106, looking at the end of it with the dowel things?
Yeah, that's where part of the bed came out. We had marked how the bed came apart, I believe it was.
Same for 107?
Yes, it's an overall view showing the two small scales there also.
And are those suspected blood areas as we zoom in 108
It is, yes,
and in 109?
yes.
Were you part of the team that searched the defendant and his mother's residence on August 28th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
Again, did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness with B, P for identification?
You may.
Showing you image 1 on this exhibit. Is this one of your placards with the date, case number, and your name?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you recognize this as photographs taken from that search?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BP for identification.
Any objection? Number 11.
Permission to publish?
May.
All right, as we discussed on states 11, image 1 is your, basically your cover sheet.
Yes, sir, it is.
Image 2,
The address of the residence we were at.
image 3,
A white Lexus parked under the carport.
image 4, license tag,
Correct.
image 6,
Just overall view of the front of the residence.
I'm going to skip through the next several before I ask a question. 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. Were all those previous images of the porch area and a phone out there?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, starting with 76, what are we looking at?
Inside the defense bedroom. Overall view of the bedroom.
77,
Again, just a different angle, different view.
I'll go through a few. 78, 79, 80, all this is still the same room?
I believe so, yes.
81, 82, 83, 84, 85, all the same room?
Yes, sir.
86, 87, 88, 89, 90, all the same room in the closet in it?
Yes, sir, it is.
91, 92, 93, 94, all the same room?
Yes, sir.
144, is this in the same room as well?
I believe so, yes.
145, what is that?
Passport belonging to the defendant.
146, is that what we're looking at opened up?
It is, yes.
May I approach?
May.
Is that item collected?
Yes, sir.
Showing you AQ for identification, you recognize AQ?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
Passport in the name of David Michael Tronnes.
And when you collected it, did you put it in that package,
Yes, sir, I did.
labeled and sealed in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes, sir.
No FDLE tape on this one?
No, sir.
Substantially the same condition?
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move AQ for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Defense, any objection?
Oh, no, no, ma'am.
Number 12.
147, just another photograph of it.
Just a close-up, yes, sir.
151,
Suitcase, an open suitcase that was in the bedroom.
152,
Money inside of an eyeglass case.
160,
Just a closer view inside the suitcase, I believe.
161,
The wallet and watch inside of the suitcase.
162,
Looks like just a close, I believe it's a black ring box inside the suitcase.
163,
The ring box opened with the ring inside the box.
and are those hands Detective Barbara McClelland or back then Barbara Sharp's?
Yes, sir.
She the one that found it?
Yes, sir.
But you documented it.
I documented it, correct.
164, is that her hand again?
It is.
What is in her hand?
The ring from inside that small ring box.
165,
Another view of it, just showing straight on top of the ring itself.
166,
Again, another view just with her holding the ring.
167,
I believe that's another jewelry box,
168,
just that contained, nothing was in it.
same for 169,
Same, yes, sir.
So let me go back. Did you take additional photographs back at Orlando Police Department on September 5th,
Yes, sir.
2018?
I did.
And that's placard, that's image 253?
Yes, sir.
All right. 254, is this the ring again to scale?
It is.
Same for 255,
It is, yes.
256,
The same ring.
257,
The side view and the other side view.
that's 258. 259, front view again,
Close up of the, the front view of it, yes.
260,
And I guess from the side that you put it on.
yep. A top to bottom profile,
There you go.
same for 261.
Same, yes.
262, again, the stones,
Again, the stones, yes.
same for 263.
Yep.
Okay.
Cross? Hold on just one moment, I'm sorry. I was a bit eager. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm going to start where we just left off, because that makes the most sense.
Okay.
Since we were just there. So when you went to their residence, it appeared that that was where my client was residing at that time, correct? Personal belongings there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The passport that you collected, did you happen to take a look at the dates on it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So you don't know whether it was valid or expired?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you located that wallet with the cash inside, did you count the cash?
If we collected it, it was definitely counted, yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know how much was there?
Not offhand, I do not know.
Did you happen to find any airline tickets or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
The ring, do you have any idea when that ring was purchased?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea who the ring belonged to?
I was told who it was belonged to, but I do not know who it belonged to.
Okay. Going back to your initial visit to the scene of Ms. Cooper Tronnes' death on April 24th, you said you arrived there around 5:25, 5:30 that evening?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
How long were you there?
Let me refer to my report. I'm not sure, I didn't include that in my report, but I know that we were there for several hours.
And then the search that we're talking about where you located the passport and the ring and the cash, that was about 4 months later?
Yes, ma'am, that was, I believe, in August.
Okay. You described how when you come on scene, you're kind of progressively taking pictures of the scene. And some of the first photographs that the prosecutor showed you were photographs that you had taken of points of entry at the, we'll call it the apartment. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You took some photographs of that, you said, to show that there was no signs of forced entry, correct?
That's correct.
So there was no splintering, no broken glass. What were some of the other things you described that you would have been looking for?
Yeah, like the pry mark or broken locks, anything like that, there was none, no.
Do you have any knowledge about whether those locks on those downstairs doors were actually locked or unlocked?
I do not, because I wasn't the first on arrival, no.
You indicated that there was a second door that you also took some photographs of. There was upstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that door led to an outside space, correct? You also took photographs, you said, to demonstrate that there was no signs of forced entry there?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge about whether that door was locked or unlocked?
I believe in the photo it shows the door was unlocked.
As part of your search on April 24th, that evening, did you also have any occasion to access the main part of the house?
No, I mean, we could access it, but there was nothing to access. It was totally gutted, the main part of the house.
Did you go in there?
No, we did not.
Your photographs describe the scene around Miss Shanti Cooper Tronnes' body. And when you were taking those initial pictures, what were you trying to capture when you're taking those photographs around where she was located?
Her position, how she was positioned or whatever, items around her, items of evidence, just general items where everything is located, actually.
Were you also looking for signs of a struggle?
Well, sure, the picture would show signs of a struggle.
Were you looking for blood or blood spatter?
During the overall photos, if we see blood or blood spatter, yes, but if it's like small areas or something, we may not see it during the initial photos.
Okay, fine, but while you're there, is that something that you are there to look for?
Yes,
And you, as part of your job, you were looking to document those things, not just in the initial photos, but as you went through the scene, correct?
that's correct, yes.
Now, in the photographs that the prosecutor and you went through, you took some photographs around the decedent's body there. If there would have been blood spatter in that area, you would have taken photographs of that?
Yes, I would have.
You or someone else on your team would have taken swabs of that?
Yes, we would have.
Okay. Some of the photographs that we looked at were photographs of, like, I'm going to call it an office area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
There was a desk and a couple of computers, correct?
Correct.
Work accoutrement like pens, pencils, Post-its. those
Yes,
kind of
ma'am.
things. There was also like a flat mouse pad there. Yes?
There was.
Okay. You took some photographs there. Did you locate any blood spatter or anything that appeared to be blood in that area?
No, ma'am, as I recall, we did not.
Approximately how far was that desk away from where the body lay?
Oh, man. At a guess, I would say 10 feet.
Did you take any photographs or locate anything that appeared to be blood spatter around the headboard of the bed?
No, we did not observe any kind of blood spatter on the headboard or around the bed.
What about on the wall?
No, ma'am.
Approximately how far was the headboard and the wall away from where the body lay?
Not much further. It was just at an angle. So maybe another foot, foot and a half or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anything on the nightstand?
Not as I recall, no.
Anything on the sofa?
I don't believe so.
Or approximately how far was the body from where the sofas were?
Well, the sofa was L-shaped with the furthest part being away, so I would say maybe 16, 17 feet at a guess, if I'm not wrong. It was a little ways away from her.
Approximately, do you have any way to approximate approximately what size the room was that you were working in?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Were you also, as part of you looking through this crime scene, were you also looking for possible weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
If you located any weapons, would those have been collected?
They would have been, yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected any suspected weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have also photographed those?
I would have, yes.
When you were looking at the crime scene, would you have also been looking for cleaning materials?
Yes, at certain times, if we'd seen if an area had been actually cleaned, yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected those?
We would have, yes.
Would you have photographed them?
I would have, yes.
Okay. In the area of the body, did you locate any cleaning supplies?
Not as I recall, no, no cleaning agents or anything like that.
No cleaning agents? You didn't find any sponges? No?
No,
No scrub brushes?
no, sir. No, ma'am. I mean, sorry.
It's okay. Nothing of the sort.
Nothing.
Did you find any weapons?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any weapons anywhere in the residence on April 24th?
No, ma'am.
Did you personally find any at any point in time?
No, ma'am.
Turning to the bathtub area. In the bathtub, we saw the blue markings from the amido black, correct? That amido black, do you know how it works?
Yes, ma'am. It adheres to the amino acids in your blood is what I'm told.
Okay, so it adheres to amino acids, protein sources, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't do anything to identify whose blood that is, does it?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you were taking those photographs of the bathtub, both before and after the amido black had been utilized, did it appear to you that any efforts had been made to clean up the blood from the tub or the suspected blood from the tub?
Not as what I could tell, no.
Did you collect any cleaning products from the bathroom?
No, ma'am.
Any sponges, scrub brushes, anything of the sort?
No, ma'am.
Was there any disturbance that you could visualize in the area where you saw that suspected blood residue? About whether or not the floor was wet. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And I think your testimony was that you don't recall any like water path between the bathtub and where the body was, correct?
No, ma'am. Time I was there, I don't recall any of that.
All right. As part of your experience with the police department, does the police department normally utilize what's called a crime scene log?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that for?
A crime scene log?
Yes.
It usually tells who is there, when they get there, and when they leave.
Okay. So at the point in time that you arrived, there were already officers present, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me who you can recall that was there at the crime scene when you first arrived on April 24th at around 5:25.
Just patrol officers were there around the perimeter, and I believe Detective Sprague was there when I arrived.
Were there any patrol officers in the residence?
They were, I believe, at the base where you couldn't go up into the residence, but I don't recall anybody in the residence itself, no.
The paramedics would have been there, correct?
They were gone when I got there.
There would have been other officers that would have then the initial responders that would have gone up and down those stairs and through that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this area where the bathroom was, can you describe, like, when you go to the top of those stairs that we've seen the photographs of, the bathroom was to the left or to the right?
It was to the right of the top of the stairs.
And the body was to the left?
Yes, the body was to the left and upward.
Okay. So anyone who was looking at those two areas would have had to have walked through that space there, correct?
Yeah, 1 to 2 spaces, either around to the left of the couch or to the right of the couch.
What do you wear when you're doing your crime scene work?
Latex gloves and booties on our feet.
Okay. What are those booties made of?
I don't know what the material is they're made of, to tell you the truth.
Is it like a paper or some type of,
It's some type of cloth, I believe it is.
and are those booties collected and preserved?
No, once we're done, we throw them away.
How many people were working with you on that crime scene that night as part of your crime scene unit?
CSI Taylor.
We saw some other people photographed in your pictures, specifically the medical examiner investigator, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many people were there from the medical examiner's office?
Just the the investigator himself when he first got there, and then once he is done with his preliminary investigation, there is a transport company that comes and picks up the decedent.
And how many people were there for the transport?
Just 2.
Were any other detectives assisting Detective Sprague?
I'm not sure about that night, but I know that at some point Detective Sharp come into the picture. But I can't recall if she was there that night.
You had indicated at some point in time during your direct examination that you were doing things that Detective Sprague asked you to do, correct?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think what I remember is you said something like, I would have done that if she asked me to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So she was there with you when you're walking around and making these observations?
She was there somewhere. She wasn't right beside me when I'm doing that, but she is definitely on the scene somewhere.
What was she wearing when she was walking through the scene?
They also wear the booties, and most of the time they wear the latex gloves also.
In the bathtub, you had the photographs where you had marked with individual markers some suspected blood, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that crime scene investigator Taylor was taking swabs of those different areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe her doing that?
I did.
Okay. At that point in time, it was suspected blood, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't have any idea whether it was blood or not, right?
No, ma'am, not till some kind of test is done on it.
And you certainly wouldn't have known whose it was, correct?
No, ma'am.
During that first search, did you see other towels in the residence other than the yellow towel that was collected?
I don't recall any towels unless there was one in the bathroom I missed, but I don't recall any towels.
Okay. Did you collect any other towels?
No, ma'am.
I think in the photographs we could see a shower curtain. Do you recall there being a shower curtain there?
No, I don't recall the shower curtain either, but
Do you know if one was collected?
no, shower curtain wasn't collected, no, ma'am.
We saw that there were some sheets collected. I think you described that. What sheets were collected during that first search warrant?
Sheets were collected the first, you mean the initial night,
The April 24th.
April 24th? Let me just refer to my report, please. I don't show where we collected any sheets the first night.
Okay, so no sheets collected?
Not as I remember, no.
Okay, did you collect any sheets at any point in time?
I believe on the, let me just check for sure, but I believe when we went back on the 24th, I did collect that new set of sheets.
When you went back on which day?
May 24th.
May 24th.
During
Okay, thank you.
during the search warrant.
All right. So a month later, you collected the package of new sheets that we saw on the banister ledge?
Yes, I did.
The slats were not collected during that first search warrant on April 24th, correct?
No, ma'am, the 3 was not collected.
All right. You photographed them.
I did.
What was the reason they weren't collected?
Again, I'm not sure why that wasn't collected. It may have been an oversight on my part, but for some reason, they was not collected on the April 24th.
Where did you find them?
I'm not sure who actually recovered the slats, but I believe they were recovered under the bed, not frame part. I believe they had fell on the floor under the bed.
Did you have an opportunity to observe them there on the first night?
Yes, I did.
You took a picture.
I did.
Did you notice any blood pooling there under the edge of the bed at all?
No, I don't believe there's no pooling under the edge of the bed, no.
If there was, you would have photographed it?
I would have, yes.
You would have had someone collect some swabs, maybe?
Right.
When you went back and did that search warrant on May 24th, a month later, we saw the photographs where there was some carpet missing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who took that carpet, do you know?
Yes, I believe it was CSI Monroe.
There was some that was at the top of where that mattress, or I think we're calling it bedding, the bedding or mattress pad
Correct.
was? Some at the top,
Correct.
some at the bottom,
Yes.
but there was no carpet collected or removed under the edge of that frame board of the bed, correct?
No, I believe where they collected carpet was where I initially marked stain number 1 and stain number 3 the first night.
Turning to that bed frame, all of those photographs that we looked at,
Yes, ma'am.
those are all from one frame rail?
Yes, ma'am, it would be from the right frame well as you're laying on the bed.
Okay, so the ones on the right, closest to the,
Closest
where
to the
body-
desk and closest to her, yes.
Okay, so all of those photographs are of the same frame rail, basically the same photograph, the same,
Just different areas on the bed rail, yes.
okay. Nothing in your training allows you to make a determination about the time frame that that blood was deposited, correct?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
Okay. You did your initial search on April 24th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
You were there a couple of hours, several hours?
Several hours, yes, ma'am.
That crime scene was released back to the owner of the home, correct? That was,
I don't know, that was a decision Detective Sprague had to make. I have no idea if it was released or held, no.
at the time that you went back, May 24th, were you aware of whether Mr. Tronnes had been able to move back into the residence?
Yes, I know back when I went on that search warrant, it had been released before then, yes.
Okay. When you were doing that initial search, and I know I'm jumping back and forth, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Train of thought. When you were there initially on May 24th and you did that first overview of the apartment, did you locate items of male clothing upstairs in that residence?
I didn't look really in the closets themselves, but there was no clothing laying out and about, but the closets were full of clothing.
Did you take photographs of the closets?
Just like an overall, nothing close up.
Right. So when when you're spanning the room and documenting how the residence appeared, you took photographs of whatever happened to be in those closets if the doors were open.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One moment. Of the searches that you were personally involved in, we have the first one on April 24th, 2018, that evening, correct?
The first, that was an initial scene was the first one. Yes, and then I was involved in 2 more search warrants.
Okay. When was the next one?
The next one was a month later, which would have been May, what was it, May 24th? Yes. And then the third one would have been the one that was on August the 29th.
Did you become aware of another search that had taken place at 218 East Copeland, other than those 2 that you were involved with?
Yes, ma'am, I knew another search had happened just a few days later, just a few days after I was there on the initial scene, yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was April the 30th.
So a total of 3 at 218 East Copeland?
No, a total of 2. We had an initial scene and 2 search warrants.
But searches,
Oh, search as well, okay, yes, total of 3.
total of 3,
Yes, ma'am.
over the course of a month,
Yes,
all right? And then April or August, the A months, I get confused. Fast forward to August 24th, 2018.
8th or what, yes,
You go to the search at the mother's residence, Mr. Tronnes' mother's residence.
That's correct.
Find the passport in the ring.
yes.
Were you also, as a crime scene investigator, would you be looking for potential blood evidence there?
Yes, we would have, the detectives did most of the search at that scene.
Okay. Did you locate any items that had suspected blood on it?
No, ma'am.
Notice any suspected blood on the ring?
Not as I recall, no.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Redirect?
You had a conversation with opposing counsel about blood spatter.
Yes,
Have you ever been to a scene where a firearm or a gunshot wound had been suffered by the decedent?
yes,
Have you ever been to scenes where somebody has been stabbed multiple times?
yes,
Are you familiar with the term cast-off blood?
I am.
And are you familiar with the term high-velocity impact?
I am.
So, comparatively speaking, between the speed of a projectile fired from a firearm compared to a punch from a human being, is it fair to say that a bullet or a projectile from a firearm is a much higher velocity?
I'm going
Much
to
higher.
object as to foundation.
Smith, the door was open.
Overruled.
So, you found no weapons at this scene?
No, sir, I did not.
And based on your observations, I know you probably didn't go to the autopsy. Did you see any suspected gunshot wounds on Miss Shanti Cooper?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So, based on your experience of going to thousands of crime scenes and about 30 homicide scenes at that point in time, do you expect blood spatter with low velocity impacts such as blunt force from a human being?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. So you found no firearms on the scene?
No,
She did not appear to suffer any stab wounds or incisions from a cutting instrument?
no, sir.
The bathtub, when you used the blood, the agent that binds to the amino acids in the blood, what was that chemical called again?
Meadow Black.
That bathtub, from what we could see in the image, from the edge of the tub all the way to the top of the image on the tiles and the walls, luminesced blue, correct?
Right.
And prior to that, only the areas where you put stickers on the wall did you have suspected blood stains, correct?
Right.
So the chemical revealed to you blood that was not visible with the naked eye.
In some areas, yes.
All right. Is that consistent with what you talked about earlier on the wood blood frame of diluted blood? Is that consistent with possible cleanup?
It could be, yes.
If Shanti Tronnes had been killed the evening before, you discussed cleanup time frames with opposing counsel. Is the day enough time to clean up and dispose of cleaning items prior to your arrival at 5:30 in the afternoon and the initial response at 4 in the afternoon?
Objection, lacks foundation, speculation.
Sustain?
No other questions?
Officer Crosby, Investigator Crosby, would you anticipate seeing cast-off blood or high-velocity spatter if a weapon was used, possibly?
If a weapon was used, yes.
Thank you.
State anything further from this witness? And any objection to him being excused? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
You know?
State next witness.
Stacy Monroe?
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your first and last name for the roll call, please.
Stacy Monroe.
Spell your first name and your last name for the court reporter, please.
Stacy, Stacy Monroe, Munro.
And where do you work?
The Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene supervisor.
How long have you worked for the Orlando Police Department?
In total, approximately 16 and a half years.
And how many of those years has been working as a crime scene investigator or a tech or a supervisor?
About 12.
And what sort of education, training, and experience do you have to become a crime scene investigator or a tech? What do you call yourself at OPD versus OCS?
Investigator.
Investigator, CSI. All right. What sort of education and training do you have?
I have a 4-year degree from UCF in criminal justice. And then upon being hired as a crime scene investigator, I completed our in-house training program, which is roughly 4 to 5 months. And then throughout my time with the unit, I have amassed about 1,100 additional hours of training.
And did you get involved in an investigation involving the address of 218 Copeland in Orlando?
I did.
And did you go out to that scene on April 30th, 2018?
I did.
And this is in the capacity of being a CSI or a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
I assume you did not go alone?
I did not.
Who did you go with?
I met with Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
And was Detective Sprague the lead and Detective McClelland the second on this homicide investigation?
Yes.
Now, this wasn't your case. You didn't respond out to it on the date of the incident, April 24th, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you get involved on the 30th of April as opposed to Gary Crosby?
I was requested to respond to that address by Detective Sprague for a search warrant.
And that's how it goes,
Yes,
voluntold.
yes.
Okay. When you get out there, do you document the scene as you find it?
Yes, I do.
And then if you lay any placards or anything of that sort of thing, or scales, do you then document that as well?
Yes, I do.
And then do you collect and then either process there sometimes or process those items that are collected later at the Orlando Police Department?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness with BL for identification?
May?
Showing you image 175 on that exhibit BL for identification. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
And what is that?
It is the gray card that states the date, the Orlando Police Department, the case number, and my name.
And are these the photographs that you would have taken on April, or some of the photographs that you took on April 30th, 2018?
Yes.
This time the state would move BL for identification. You got this?
Any objection? 13?
Permission to publish?
You may?
Starting with image 1, what are we looking at?
That is the residence at 218 East Copeland.
Image 2?
Up close of the address.
3?
This is coming up the driveway towards the back of the residence.
4?
Again, going up that driveway.
5?
Now we're looking at the back building of the residence, the garage and the loft.
And is this area that I'm pointing to with the pointer on the right side of the image, is that the walkway that has doors that go to the main entrance as well as to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes,
Image 6, is that what we're talking about?
yes.
Image 7?
That would be the entrances to the back building as well as the main entrance.
On the right, is that to the main building?
I believe so, yes.
And back down the hallway or breezeway on the left, is that the entrance to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes.
8?
That's going
What are we looking at?
to be the entrance to the garage and then the upstairs apartment.
Garage in the foreground, upstairs apartment in the background?
Correct.
Where are we now in image 55?
So you're inside the garage, inside the bathroom, and this is inside of a drawer in the vanity.
56?
An envelope that was taken from the open drawer that you just saw,
57?
and contents of the envelope.
And what were the contents of that envelope?
It was $200 in cash, a receipt, and a driver's license and credit card for the defendant.
May I approach with AC for identification?
May?
Do you recognize AC for identification?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's going to be 10 $20 bills in a Wells Fargo bank envelope that I collected from the garage bathroom vanity in the top right drawer.
In that image that we've been discussing?
Yes,
And then when you did that, did you put it in that package?
I did.
Did you label that package?
I did.
Did you seal that package with evidence tape?
I did.
Does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move AC.
Any objection? Number 14.
Image 61, what are we looking at?
It appears to be the entryway in the background, and we're still in the garage.
And there appears to be some dark discoloration around the handle and on the glass. Are you familiar with what that might be?
It appears to be fingerprint powder.
66, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be the entryway into the loft above the garage.
'69,
A little further up the stairwell.
70,
The top of the stairs.
71,
And we're just looking the opposite way, back down the stairwell.
this item here in the top left corner on the banister by the wall, what is that? If you know.
I don't.
Okay. What are we looking at here in 72?
It's an overall, or a portion of an overall of the main room.
At this point in time, the carpet appears to be intact.
Correct?
Can I cut some of the lights, Your Honor? Some of these photos are dark.
Yes.
Thank you. What are we looking at in 73?
Same room, just moving over a little bit to see more of it.
74?
Same thing, just again moving across the room.
75?
It's going to be the closet.
And this is April 30th?
Yes.
And in image 75, just above the Swiffer mop, appears to be rolled up sheets on that middle shelf there.
Yes.
83, what are we looking at?
Now we're heading into the bathroom.
84,
An overall of the bathroom.
85,
Additional views of the bathroom.
86,
The bathroom vanity.
87,
The inside of the shower.
88,
The tub.
89,
Additional views of the inside of the shower and tub.
90.
The same additional views.
I'll go through a few of these before question. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Are all of these of the bathtub or the shower curtain in there?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 95?
This is going to be an area of suspected blood that I marked with a scale.
96, what are we looking at here?
This is back in the main room. It's going to be 2 areas on the green carpet that I marked with placards of suspected blood.
97,
A closer view of those areas.
98,
Individual view of area number 1,
99,
and an individual view of area number 2.
100,
Closer of area number 2.
item number, image 101.
This was after I had cut up the top green layer of area number 1, exposing the padding underneath.
102,
Closer view of the padding with what looks like suspected blood.
107,
Same process for area 2. The green carpet has been cut up, exposing the padding.
108?
The padding, which shows potential areas of suspected blood.
Zooming in slightly, is it fair to say that there's an area to the left and to the right of suspected areas of blood?
Yes?
109, what are we looking at here?
Both areas have been completely cut up, carpet and pad, down to the underflooring.
And you collected and packaged those items?
I did.
You approach with E and F for identification?
You may.
Showing you E. E for identification. Recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is going to be one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 2.
And did you label it and seal it in a fashion similar to what we previously described?
Yes, I did.
At both ends?
Yes.
This item didn't go to the FDLE?
No,
F for identification. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 1.
Did you package, label, and seal it in the same manner as the previous exhibits?
I did.
At this time, the state would move E for identification and F for identification.
Any objection? That's number 15 and number 16.
.109, is this with those items removed and the placards removed?
Yes.
110, what are we looking at here?
This is the portions of the bed and then the nightstand next to the bed.
What is on the nightstand here in this image zoomed up on 110?
A silver colored stud earring with a clear stone.
111?
Same earring.
112? I always zoom in before doing this. 112?
Close-up view of that same earring.
123?
This is the same nightstand with the top drawer open.
124?
In that same top drawer, that's going to be a silver colored ring.
I approach with AN and AO, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you AN for identification. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored ring with clear stones that I collected from the top drawer of the nightstand to the left of the bed along the east wall in the upstairs loft.
As depicted in this image?
Yes.
Is that red box to the right, did you collect that day?
I don't believe so.
AO for identification? Do you recognize AO for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored earring with clear stone that I collected from the top of the nightstand.
In the previous images we just discussed?
Yes,
And did you package and label these items in a similar fashion as the previous items?
I did.
Are they in substantially the same condition as when you last saw them?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, let's take a look at AN and AO.
Any objection? Number 17 and number 18.
Image 135, what are we looking at?
This is the entertainment stand in that same loft.
Is that US currency that we see in there?
It is
How much?
$20.
Did you collect that?
I did.
Can I approach with AD for identification?
You may.
What's the second letter? D is in Delta. Thank you. You recognize AD for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
One $20 bill that I collected from the entertainment center.
That one in this image?
Yes.
Package and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes,
Substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
it is.
Any objection? No, ma'am. Number 19.
$136.
An image of that currency with all of the papers on top removed.
$137.
It's going to be a Bank of America receipt as well as a Bank of America card for Shanti Cooper.
Collected.
Yes, sir.
138. What are we looking at?
This is the shower curtain in the upstairs bathroom.
139.
The curtain covering the window in the upstairs bathroom.
140.
The shower curtain again.
141.
This is inside of the bath and the shower.
142.
Another angle of inside of the shower.
143.
Same, just further down.
144.
This is the white shower curtain removed from the shower rod.
145.
The clear under liner of the shower curtain.
146.
The same.
147.
This is the back wall of the shower.
148.
Closer view.
And are you familiar with any chemicals that would presumptively show something to be blood if it turns blue?
Yes.
What chemical or chemicals would do that?
It's called a Meadow Black.
And do you recognize that as what you're observing in these photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in 149?
An area that reacted to that chemical.
And does it bear any resemblance to anything based on your experience of processing scenes over the course of 16 years, you said?
Yes.
What does it bear resemblance to?
It does appear to be a hand.
Where on the shower wall is this marker?
If you're looking into the shower with the tub being at the base, the shower walls here, and then the shower wall you're facing, it's on this back wall.
How high up?
It was fairly high. I can't give you an exact height.
Is that what we're looking at in image 147?
Yes.
So the top large tile that appears to be, I don't know, 15 or 18 inches? Doing the math quickly.
That's a safe guess, yes.
On to 150, is that another image of that suspected handprint?
Yes, closer view.
Did that have sufficient ridge detail to be able to lift any prints from it?
Not that I remember, no.
What are we looking at in 151?
This is the bath mat.
And did you collect that item?
I did.
May?
I do. This is one brown rug with 2 suspected blood spots that I collected from the bathroom floor.
Did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Is it in substantially the same condition as the last
It is.
Statement G for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Did you say no? Number 20?
I approach with AH.
You may.
Recognize AH for identification.
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one Wells Fargo receipt as well as one Florida driver's license belonging to David Michael Tronnes.
Where was that collected from?
It's also a Wells Fargo credit card, and it was collected from the Wells Fargo bank envelope from the garage bathroom.
On April 30th?
Yes,
And did you package and label it and seal it in a similar fashion as described before?
I did.
Is it substantially the same condition?
It is.
State would move AH for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Without objection, 21.
And approach with AP.
May.
When you AP for identification, you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one Bank of America MasterCard belonging to Shanty Cooper.
Several images back, is that what we were talking about?
Yes,
Did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
And is it in substantially the same condition as we last saw?
It is.
State would move AP for identification into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, 22.
Image 152.
These are going to be areas of suspected blood on the brown rug from the bathroom.
Did they ultimately prove to be blood, at least presumptively with the test you did?
Presumptively, yes.
175.
My gray card that states the date, case number, and my name.
Did you process any part of that residence inside or outside for latent fingerprints?
I did.
May I approach with AU, AV, AW for identification?
You may.
First, turning to AU, do you recognize AU for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a latent lift card that I lifted from the interior on the glass door into the loft.
And at this time, the state would move AU for identification and evidence?
No objection.
Without objection, number 23.
May the witness stand down to publish 23?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury first how you make a latent lift?
So we use glass powder, black fingerprint powder with a brush, and then we apply that to the surface using either a vacuum test immersion or a circular immersion, which then will
May?
While they're doing that, I'm going to ask you about AV for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
So this is another latent lift card, and this one is from the exterior on the glass door into the loft.
And does it have the similar information you described before as to where it was collected from and by whom and on what date and time?
It does.
Asking you about AW now. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a third latent lift card. This one is from the exterior on the glass door into the loft.
And did you collect those last two in the similar fashion as you collected the first one as you described?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move AV and AW into evidence.
Any objection? Number 24 and number 25. You may.
Do you recognize D for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
These are 3 wooden slats with suspected blood that I collected from the bed frame in the upstairs loft.
You did this on April 30th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move D for identification into evidence.
Without objection, number 26. May? We're at a little bit of an awkward time. We'd like to keep going because we have a witness that needs to be somewhere else tomorrow morning, but that might keep us, instead of stopping at 5, more like closer to 6. I want to check with everyone to see where they're at on that today. Will you raise your hand if that's starting to panic you a little bit? Anyone? State, you may proceed.
May I approach with BM for identification?
You may.
Showing you image 1 on BM for identification. You recognize these images on BM?
I do.
At this time, the state will move BM for identification.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
27.
Permission to publish.
May?
On May 10th, did you process any of the items that you had collected on April 30th at Orlando Police Department?
I photographed them, yes.
Publishing states 27, image 1. What are we looking at here?
These were the items that I collected from the envelope in the vanity from the garage bathroom. So it's a receipt, driver's license, and credit card.
One of the exhibits we just entered.
Correct?
Image 2,
The backside of both of the cards.
image 3,
The envelope that everything was within.
image 4,
The backside of the same envelope.
image 5,
The $200 in cash that was inside of the envelope.
image 6,
The same one.
the back of them,
Oh, it's the back of them, yes.
7,
That's going to be the $20 bill and the Bank of America card from the upstairs loft and the entertainment center.
previously entered into evidence.
Correct.
Back of those in image 8,
Yes.
image 9, what are we looking at?
My placard that has the date, the case number, and my information.
On April 19th, 2019, did you have the opportunity to go to Polk County, Florida, specifically Lakeland?
I did.
Who did you go with?
Detective Sprague?
And did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach with BU for identification?
You may.
You recognize these images?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are images that I took at the address in Lakeland, Florida.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BU for identification and evidence.
Any objection?
Do we have a moment?
Yes?
No objection.
28.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Starting with the last image, 156. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
And what is it?
My gray card that shows the date, the case number, and my information.
What are we looking at in image 53?
This is the address that I responded to.
What's 63?
This is once we went down the elevators to the floor below us, and this is going to be the path of travel I took.
64, more of that path.
Yes, sir.
65, same.
Same.
66, more of the same.
Yes, sir.
67, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a set of lockers.
68,
Same set of lockers, some with locks, some without.
69,
Focusing in on locker, a specific locker with a gold lock.
in the foreground bottom.
Yes,
Zoomed in 70,
correct.
71,
Locker number 8.
72, is that the lock on locker 8?
It is.
73, is that the contents of locker 8?
It is.
Did you collect those contents?
I did.
May I approach with A?
You may.
Showing you A for identification. Do you recognize A?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one white fitted sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On that date,
Yes,
at this time,
yes,
you packaged it,
yes,
labeled it,
yes,
sealed it
yes,
in similar fashions as we've described with previous exhibits.
yes.
Other than any FDLE tape that might be on it, is it substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state will move A for identification and evidence.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
29.
May I approach with B?
May.
B for identification. Do you recognize B for identification?
I do.
I'm sorry? B as in boy, sorry. What do you recognize it as?
This is one white top sheet in its original packaging with the custody sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On April 19th, 2019?
Yes,
From that locker?
yes,
Packaged, labeled, and sealed in a similar fashion as we've described with previous exhibits?
yes,
Other than any FDLE tape that may be on it or may not be on it, is in a substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
it is.
Your Honor, this time state will B for identification and evidence.
Any, without objection, number 30.
May I approach with K for identification?
You may.
K for identification, do you recognize K for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This box contains one white top sheet, two white standard pillowcases, one white pillow cover, one white pillow sham, one pair of black socks that were collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida, with its original packaging and custody sheet.
Did you say something was wet or white?
White.
Okay. And did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Other than any FDLE tape that is not on that, is that in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move K for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 31.
Image 74?
This is going to be one of the bags with the attached chain of custody sheet from Prison Break investigations.
75?
The bag that shows the private investigator Billy Lane's initials, date, time.
76?
An overall view of the building that I responded to.
77?
This is an additional overall view of one of the bags containing all of the case information as well as the Prison Break investigations chain of custody sheet.
78?
A close-up of the chain of custody sheet.
79?
All of the information that was written on the bag.
80?
Closer view of that information.
81?
I believe the back side of that same bag.
82?
Close-up of the seal on that bag.
83?
Closer view yet of the same seal.
84?
An additional set of initials and the seal as well.
85?
Same bag, same seal.
86?
Appears to be the second bag with the Prison Break investigations chain of custody sheet.
87?
Close-up of just the chain of custody sheet for that bag.
88?
The information written on that particular bag.
89?
Back side of that bag.
90?
The seal on the bag with all of the information from Billy Lane.
91?
A different view.
92?
Same bag, different view.
93?
Opposite side of the bag, same bag.
94?
It's going to be the contents of one of the bags.
95?
Overall view of the contents of the bag.
Now, are you doing this where?
This is back in my lab.
96?
Another view of the white item.
Madam Clerk, can we cut the lights again for the lighting? Thank you. 97?
This is the items spread out onto paper, and then we were marking areas of discoloration.
Who's we?
Myself and Detective Sprague helped me initially.
98?
Additional stains marked with scales.
99?
A close-up of stain number 1.
100?
Medium view of stain number 2.
101?
Additional stains marked with scales.
102?
Close-up of stain number 3.
103? Image 103?
Close-up of stain number 4.
Image 104?
Overall of additional applied scales to other stains.
105?
Close-up to labeled stain number 5.
106?
Close-up of stain number 6.
107?
Overall of multiple scales.
108?
Closer view of multiple scales.
109?
Close view of stain number 7.
110?
Up close view of stain number 8.
111?
Overall view of multiple labeled stains.
112?
Close-up of stain number 9.
113?
Close-up of stain number 10.
114?
Close-up of stain number 11.
115?
Close-up of stain number 12.
116?
Close-up of stain number 13.
117?
Overall of multiple applied scales.
118?
Another image including multiple labeled areas with scales.
119?
More areas labeled with scales.
120?
Close-up view of stain number 14.
121?
Close-up view of stain number 15.
122?
Close-up view of stain number 16.
123?
Close-up view of stain number 17.
124,
Close-up view of stain number 18.
125,
Close-up of stain number 19.
126,
Close-up of stain number 20.
127,
Close-up of stain number 21.
128,
Close-up of stain number 22.
129,
Close-up of stain number 23.
130,
Close-up of stain number 24.
131,
Overall image with multiple applied scales.
132,
Close-up of stain number 25.
133,
Close-up of stain number 26.
134,
Close-up of stain number 27.
135,
Overall image again with multiple scales.
136,
It's going to be close-up of stain number 28.
137,
Close-up of stain number 29.
138,
Overall with multiple applied scales.
139,
Close-up of stain number 30.
140,
Close-up of stain number 31.
141,
Close-up of stain number 32.
142,
And a close-up of stain number 33.
143,
This is the second bag and its contents.
and what are the contents?
This had a top sheet, a fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases, a pillow sham, a pillow cover, a pair of black socks.
144,
Overall image of the contents of the bag.
145,
Additional overall images of the contents of the bag.
146,
One of the pillowcases,
147,
the black socks.
148,
That's going to be top sheet number 2.
149,
The fitted sheet.
150,
This is pieces or a piece of a leaf,
151,
an overall of a piece of a leaf,
152,
closer view of that leaf,
153,
an overall view of the fitted sheet,
154,
an overall view of the pillow cover,
155,
same pillow cover on the opposite side.
and then 156.
That is my gray card containing the date, the case information, and my name.
May?
B as in boy, W as in Will. Do you recognize the images on this item?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be the contents of bag number 2.
At this time, the state would move BW for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 32.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
Starting with the last image, 38, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And where were you doing these photographs?
This will be at my lab.
Image 1,
Pillowcase,
image 2,
backside of same pillowcase.
3,
Pillowcase with applied scales to stained areas.
4,
Close-up of stain number 1.
5,
Close-up of stain number 2.
6,
Close-up of stain number 3.
7,
A second pillowcase.
8,
Opposite side of that pillowcase.
9,
Pillowcase with a scale applied.
10,
This is an up-close of stain number 1 on pillowcase number 2.
11,
The back side of that pillowcase.
12,
Up-close view of stain number 2
on pillowcase number 2,
on pillowcase number 2.
13,
Close-up of stain number 3 on pillowcase number 2.
14,
This is the pillow cover,
15,
back side of the pillow cover,
16,
overall view with applied scales to stained areas.
17,
Stain number 1 on the pillow cover. Stain number 1.
18,
Stain number 2 on the pillow cover.
19,
Stain number 3 on the pillow cover.
20,
Stain number 5 on the pillow cover.
21,
Stain number 4 on the pillow cover.
22,
The pillow sham.
23,
The back side of the pillow sham.
24,
The overall of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
25,
Pillow sham stain number 1.
26,
Pillow sham stain number 2.
27,
Pillow sham stain number 3.
28,
This is the back side of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
29,
It's the pillow sham stain number 4.
30,
The pillow sham stain number 5.
31,
And the pillow sham stain number 6.
32,
The pillow sham stain number 7.
33,
This is going to be top sheet number 2.
34,
An overall view of multiple applied scales.
35,
This is top sheet number 2, stain 1.
36,
Top sheet number 2, stain 2.
37,
Top sheet number 2, stain 3.
and 38 is where we started.
You may.
You recognize these images?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be additional images of the contents of one of the bags.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BX for identification into evidence.
Any objection? Number 33.
Move to publish.
May?
Image 32, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And this is at the Orlando Police Department's evidence section.
It's in my lab, yes.
Image number 1.
This is the fitted sheet.
Image 2.
This is the fitted sheet spread out in an up-close view of stain number 1.
Image 3.
An overall of multiple applied scales.
4.
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 2.
5,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 3.
6,
A close-up of fitted sheet stain 4.
7,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 5.
8,
Overall of multiple applied scales.
9,
Fitted sheet stain 6.
10,
Fitted sheet stain 7.
11,
Fitted sheet stain 8.
12,
Fitted sheet stain 9.
13,
Closer view of the fitted sheet stain 9.
14,
The fitted sheet stain 10.
15,
Closer view of stain 10.
16,
Overall view of multiple applied scales.
17,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 11.
18,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 12.
19,
Applied scales.
20,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 13.
22,
It's going to be a close-up of fitted sheet stain 15.
I believe we skipped 21. Is that 14?
It is.
Image 23,
Close-up of 2 applied scales to stained areas.
24,
Close-up of fitted sheet stain 16.
image 25,
Overall of multiple applied scales.
6,
Closer view of stain 18, I believe.
27,
Closer view yet of stain 18.
28,
Overall of multiple applied scales.
29,
Going to be a closer view of stain number 19.
30,
Closer yet of the same stain.
31.
Overall view of stained area.
No more questions of this witness.
Thank you. Ross? Can I have some lights? I want to be able to see Investigator Monroe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, going back to April 30th of 2018, you went to the scene at 218 East Copeland, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified that you went with Detective Sprague?
Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
Was anybody else there?
No.
Do you recall whether there were any dogs present?
I do not believe there were.
And what was the primary purpose that you were going there?
I was asked to respond for a search warrant.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had the scene already been processed previously?
It had been processed, yes.
And a number of the items that have been admitted into evidence today were items that you collected on April 30th, correct?
Yes.
So about 6 days after the initial processing. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You collected a number of items that were left behind after that first scene process, correct? Shower curtain, yes?
Don't believe I collected the shower curtain.
Okay, but you took some photographs that may not have been initially taken, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bath mat?
I collected a bath mat.
What about a white towel?
I did collect a white towel.
I thought we saw a white towel there hanging in some of the photographs you took. Some sheets, some pillowcases were also collected by you?
Not from the initial scene, no, ma'am.
Right, but you collected those? That collected those items that weren't initially collected during the first processing of the scene. You collected those, correct? I'm not asking you about what date.
Just in general collection of sheets, yes,
Yes.
I did collect sheets.
Okay. On April 30th, you did some other things at the scene also, didn't you? You took some photographs of the main residence?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the purpose of taking the photographs in the main residence?
That was at the request of Detective Sprague, just for documentation purposes.
Do you recall there being construction items there?
It was very much under construction, yes.
All right. Do you recall ladders?
I would have to refer to my photos, but
I'm just asking if you recall.
I don't recall ladders.
Also on that day, did you do something with regard to a washing machine?
I did, yes.
What did you do with regard to the washing machine?
I did overall photographs, and then I also swabbed the basin of the washing machine.
And what was the reason that you were doing that?
So that was in conjunction with Detective Sprague. We decided to swab the basin and test it for suspected blood, which was negative.
Okay. Now, turning to the sheets, looks like you spent quite a bit of time processing the sheets, looking for areas where there might have been stains on the sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for there to be stains on bed sheets and pillowcases?
No.
Okay. There might even be completely innocent reasons that there might be stains on sheets and pillowcases, correct?
Correct.
Scratching your face in the middle of the night, yes?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Stains from pets,
Yes.
stains from children or spilling food, yes?
Yes.
Menstrual blood,
Yes.
okay. So there would be any number of reasons why there might be stains on sheets, yes?
Yes, ma'am, there could be.
Do you have any knowledge that these sheets, any personal knowledge that these sheets were actually used on the bed that was on scene at 218 East Copeland?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea of the time frame that these sheets would have been used on the bed?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any personal information about when or if these sheets were washed?
I do not.
The only thing that you know is that there was no blood present in the washing machine that you processed, correct?
Correct.
Turning to the nightstand that we saw the photographs of, that was directly next to the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Who opened up the drawer?
I believe one of the detectives, but I can't recall which one.
Okay. And who directed what photographs you were going to take and what was collected from that drawer?
So when evidence is located, it is common to do an overall mid-range and close-up of the item, and then it is collected.
But who made those decisions?
Ultimately, it is the detectives, and we work in conjunction with them.
Okay. Turning to the ring, do you recall who directed you to photograph and collect the ring?
No, ma'am, I do not.
All right. There were some ring boxes that were located in that drawer. Were those collected?
I did not collect those, no, ma'am.
All right. So there were items that were left behind in the drawer that weren't collected or processed, correct?
Correct.
Do you personally know whether that drawer was completely empty?
I do not.
All right. Did you empty or go through any other drawers?
No.
When you went back to the scene on April 30th of 2018, had the scene already been turned back over to the owner of the property?
I don't have knowledge of that.
And the last question that I have for you revolves around the leaf that was located in the sheets. Do you know where that came from?
I don't.
Do you know if it was turned over to anyone for processing or identification?
The leaf itself?
The leaf itself. Did you package it or process it in any way?
I did not process it. It was packaged and placed into our property and evidence.
I have no other questions.
State, any redirect?
No follow-up, she may be excused.
Any objection, defense? Defense, any objection to the witness being excused?
We would like for her to remain subject to her subpoena, please.
All right, thank you. You may step down, just know that you're still under subpoena.
Excused for the day.
Of course, absolutely. Just stay in touch so that if they need you back, they can reach you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lewis Kane.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you please state your first and last name for the court reporter?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Lewis Kane, C-A-I-N.
And where are you currently employed?
Right now, currently with TSA as a TSO.
And how long have you been in that job?
I started processing in March, but I started August 14th.
At some point prior to working as a TSA agent, did you work as a CSI?
Yes, sir.
What agency did you work for a CSI for?
Orlando Police Department.
And if you could just give the jury a brief idea of what you had to do to hold that position.
I was a crime scene investigator for 20 years.
But what I'm saying, what sort of training you had in order to?
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I went through photography training, then 3 phases of training with a field training officer, which consisted of a month. So approximately 3-4 months, including the photography. And then once you reach that capacity, you are on your own and you're a certified crime scene investigator. And then you take the necessary steps, practical tests as well as written tests to get promoted from crime scene investigator 1 to crime scene investigator 2, and then crime scene investigator 3.
Were you working in your capacity as a CSI for the Orlando Police Department back in April of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to respond to Orlando Police Headquarters on April 24th of 2018 around 17:15 hours?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you tasked with taking photographs of a suspect by the name of David Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review those photographs before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel for more participation as states BK. Got it. Commissioner, approach the clerk.
Right?
Permission to approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BK. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
They're my initials in today's date, the CD with the photographs on it.
Okay. And is this the photos of David Tronnes that you took?
Yes, sir.
They have fair and accurate depiction.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states BK.
Any objection?
None.
Read number 34.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
May?
Yeah, if you could dim the lights, that would be great. All right, can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
That's my camera case and our grade card that we use to depict the date and the agency case number, and you can see my name down at the bottom as the photographer.
Going to photograph 2 in this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
That's the interview room number 6 at Orlando Police Headquarters up in CID.
And what are we looking at in photograph 3 of this exhibit?
That's the defendant I photographed.
Is this just a closer view of the defendant you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I believe this is 5. Is this also just a closer view of his face?
Yes, sir.
6, what are we looking at here?
Those are what we call profile photographs, where we show both sides of the person that we're photographing.
7, what are we looking at in this photo?
That would be the opposite view.
What are we looking at in 8?
The defendant's hands that I photographed.
What are we looking at in 9?
The palms of the hands.
And then 10, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the defendant in the clothing that he had on when I photographed him from the waist down.
And then what are you trying to depict in this photo?
In that particular photograph, that would be what appeared to be blood on his pajama pants.
And is this just a closer view of that suspected blood?
Yes, sir.
And is this the suspected blood with measuring?
Yes, sir. We use a scale to depict the area that we're photographing for a one-to-one comparison to see how big it is.
Just another angle.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in this photo?
That would be the back of the defendant. I photograph a full frontal view and then a full back view.
How about this photo? This appears to be the right hand.
Yes, sir.
Is this a closer view of that right hand that appears to depict some sort of scrape on the pinky finger?
Yes, sir. That would be the right little finger and the knuckle area.
Is this another view of that scrape on the right little finger?
Yes, sir, but with the scale.
All right, are we back to the top? Oh, we can turn the lights. In addition to taking the photographs we just looked at of the defendant, did you also take what's called a buccal or a buccal swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just explain to the jury what that is, how you do that?
It's a procedure that we do for obtaining a standard for DNA analysis. We take a sterile swab, and it's got a cotton tip, and we insert it inside the mouth. And what we're looking for are the cells from the cheeks. It's not the saliva, it's the cheek cells that they use to obtain the DNA analysis. So we just insert it in the mouth and, vigorously rub it in the cheeks, both sides. And that's what our DNA standard is.
And did you do that related to the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to taking the buccal swab, did you also take fingernail clippings and hand swabs of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states T, U, and B. Commissioner, approach the witness.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as states T, U, and B. Can you just take a look at these exhibits? Let me know once you've had a chance to look at them. And are those the buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, and hand swabs that you yourself took from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And did you package them and mark the packaging?
Yes, sir, with my initials and the date at the time that they were packaged.
And are they in a substantially similar condition to when you packaged them up?
Substantially, they've gone to the lab since I packaged them. That's the FDLE markings and stickers on the back.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states T, U, and B.
Any objection? None. That's 35, 36, and 37.
In addition to those items, were clothing items collected from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tank top and those pajama pants that we saw him wearing in those photos?
I collected red tank top, the gray Stafford pajamas, pajama pants, and he had on a pair of sneakers and a pair of socks.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states L and states M.
Thank you.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states L and M. Do you recognize these exhibits? After you take a look at them.
Yes, sir.
Is that the tank top and pajama pants that you took into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And did you package those yourself?
Yes, sir.
And other than potentially being sent off, is the same substantially similar to when you packaged it up?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states L and states M.
Any objection? None. 38, 39.
So after collecting the evidence at Orlando Police Headquarters and taking the evidence from the defendant, were you tasked with the next day going to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And when you went to the medical examiner's office, did you ultimately make contact with the body of the decedent, Shanti Cooper Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself roll standard fingerprints?
Yes, sir. Major case prints.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states BB. Judge to approach.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BB.
They're the major case prints, including the palms, all digits of the 10 fingers.
And these are the major case prints that you rolled yourself from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And this took place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states BB.
Any objection? None. Number 40.
In addition to rolling yourself the major case prints, did you collect other items from the medical examiner?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect an earring?
I collected it, yes. Maybe 2 pair of earrings, but I know at least an earring.
Did you collect the decedent's shorts and shirt?
I collected her clothing that she had on.
Did you collect anal, hand, and neck swabs from the decedent?
I collected all of the swabs that were conducted during the autopsy that they took, yes.
Did that also include vaginal and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect a DNA card of the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And did you collect some pulled hair and fingernail clippings from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
When you say a DNA card, can you just explain to the jury what that is?
At the time of the autopsy, they take a blood sample and drop it on a cardboard card, and that's the standard for the deceased. And then they put it in a manila envelope once it dries, and then we go and pick up the clothing that the deceased had on, as well as any swabs that were conducted or anything in addition at the time of the autopsy, and transport it back to Orlando Police Headquarters.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states N, O, and P. Move to approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states N, N, states O, and states P. You could just take a look at those whenever you have a chance to. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
Are those items that you packaged from the medical examiner?
Yes.
And did they substantially similar to when you packaged them?
Yes, sir, they are.
At this time, the state offers states N, states O, and states P into evidence.
Any objection? 41, 42, 43.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the opposing counsel states Q, R, and S for identification.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roach?
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states Q, R, and S. If you could just take a look at that. Let me know when you have an opportunity to do that. Did you have a chance to look at those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself package those?
Yes.
And are they substantially in a similar condition of when you packaged them?
Yes.
At this time, this is swabs from hands, swabs from neck, and DNA card from Shanti Cooper.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been marked for identification as states Q, states R, and states S.
Any objection? 44, 45, 46.
Finally, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roach?
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ. You can just take a look at these and let me know once you've had an opportunity to do that. Are those items you package, including pulled hair and fingernail clippings, vaginal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
And are they in a substantially similar condition of when you package them?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been marked for identification as states X, states AJ, and states AI.
Any objection? 47, 48, 49.
No further questions. Thank you.
Defense, Cross?
Good evening.
You were called down to the station to take photographs and at the direction of Detective Montford?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you arrived at the police station around 5:15 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Tronnes under arrest as far as you're aware?
I'm not aware of that.
He was there voluntarily, wasn't he?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Are you aware if there was a warrant or anything of that kind?
I'm not privy to that knowledge. I was assigned to take photographs, and those are issues that, as a civilian, I'm not involved in, sir.
Okay. Did you observe an attorney present with Mr. Tronnes?
Not at the time that I was photographing him, sir, no.
You collected all of his clothing.
Yes, sir.
We saw photographs of them.
Yes, sir.
You collected some pants.
Yes, sir.
You describe them as pajama pants.
Yes, sir.
You see the picture of them. They look like jogging pants, casual wear, don't they?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes.
No, they appear to be pajama pants.
The material on those pants to you resembles something that somebody would wear as sleeping wear?
The brand name Stafford is a pajama men's.
So Stafford,
Stafford, yes, sir.
as far as you're concerned, Stafford doesn't make anything but pajamas.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I'm answering your question, sir. It appeared to be pajama pants to me. That's the way I described them.
And you don't walk around in this day and age and see people wearing clothes like that out and about at exercising or at the grocery store or such?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Sustained?
You did collect the clothes.
Yes, sir.
You swabbed his mouth.
Yes, sir.
This was all voluntary, wasn't it? Did he cooperate?
Yes, sir.
You clipped his nails
Yes, sir.
without issue?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph them before his nails were clipped?
Yes, sir.
All right. You swabbed both hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
You photographed his hands.
Yes, sir.
You noted a small scratch on the knuckle of a little finger.
Yes, sir.
Didn't it appear to you as if the scratch was in the healing mode?
Objection, calls for speculation, foundation.
Sustained?
Did you observe the scratch up close?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear fresh?
Describe fresh, sir.
Actively bleeding?
No, sir, not at the time.
Swelling of any kind?
No, sir.
In fact, did you observe any bruising or swelling at all on Mr. Tronnes' hands?
No, sir.
One moment. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Will the attorneys approach? Thank you. We're going to go ahead and be in recess. We're going to be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow. Again, I want to remind you not to talk with anyone about the case. Don't let anyone say anything to you. Don't let anyone say anything to you in your presence. If they try to, tell them that you're on the jury trying the case. Ask them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once. Report the matter to the court deputy. And again, you may not speak with anyone about, anyone, even each other, about this case until you've heard all the evidence, the argument by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law given by myself. In addition, I remind you that you're not to do any research of any kind, and that includes any kind of watching news, looking at newspapers. So just be very cautious about making sure to avoid any live TV and/or any kind of newspapers. Make sure if you're, it didn't sound like it on jury selection, but if you're an Orlando Sentinel junkie or anything such as that, make sure that you have a partner cut it out for you before you read the paper so you don't inadvertently hit something. And with that state, anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Defense, anything further? Then we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow, and you can follow the deputy out. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? And sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Attorneys, will you approach one more time before we recess? Will you approach again? I'm sure you probably realize this, but the camera's right ahead, right behind you guys. Yes, yes. I've been watching it once I found out, and there isn't anything that was exactly, but